Oh, if you could see the chaos behind the scenes for this stream. Oh my goodness, I'm a little bit late. I am so sorry. I just want to check, can everybody hear me? I need to do some massive, oh my goodness. Is it one of my streams without a whole bunch of technical issues? I swear I managed to successfully forget something every time. So I'm just gonna turn this off. So I thought I was all prepared, right? And then I come to put on my filming lights. I can't find my remote control for my filming lights. So as it gets darker, if I have to put the filming lights on, we are all about to be dazzled because I can't find the remote control. I've literally turned this place upside down in an attempt to find it. Hello. It is officially July. It's July. What is happening? I say this every month and it still stresses me out. And we are doing another live stream. These are, for anyone who isn't already aware, a monthly stream where we get to talk about all things witchcraft. I answer as many questions as I can about the topic of witchcraft and surrounding tidbits of information, whatever you fancy talking about. Sometimes we go off the rails and talk about TV shows and movies and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, that's the plan. I do have a little chat guide on the screen. This is just to kind of help things move more freely. And I try to work things chronologically, my necklace is all tied up, so that I can answer everyone's questions as fairly as possible. But that does mean I can take a little bit longer than you might expect for me to get around to your questions. If you think I'm ignoring you, 9 times out of 10, I won't actually be ignoring you. So, with that being said, I just sprinted downstairs to get here. I have no idea where this remote control has been scribbled away off to, but let's have a look, see where everybody is from. Oh, and while I'm doing this, if we can put the questions for the Q&A in the Q&A tab, that would be amazing, just to limit how likely it is for the stream to crash, because sometimes if you've been here before, it will do just that. So I'm just gonna, this might be just a sign I need to go to the gym. I need to run, do something, right? My form of exercise is overthinking, okay? I don't do running. I probably should. So let's have a look, see where everybody's from. Let's have a look. So we have Germany, Arizona, California, the Void. I love that. Greetings from the Void. Missouri, Detroit, Germany again, Colorado, Texas, Connecticut, Berlin, Germany. Lots of people from Germany tonight. Texas, New York, Devon. Oh, I forget, Phil. I literally just read that out like you're just like a normal person. I'm like, I actually legitimately forget that you're in a totally different place now. Norway, Australia, 4:30 a.m. in Australia. That is dedication. That is absolute dedication to the cause. Slovakia, Portugal, Delaware, Scotland, Spain, Atlanta, Newcastle upon Tyne, Ontario. I've never had to say that out loud before, and now I'm having an existential crisis. Louisiana, France, Virginia, Tennessee, Netherlands, Finland, Italy, Utah, US. So many people from so many places. It's always so cool. Like genuinely so cool when I see it. Algeria, the Oregon coast, Finland, Kansas. So many people from so many places. So thank you so much for joining tonight. I'm just going to adjust a few things. Unfortunately, the ads are the only way I can continue to do the live streams. It is just the way that YouTube people get paid for what is essentially otherwise free content for people. So I know that it can get quite frustrating. YouTube has implemented a thing where it starts pre-selecting where they're going to be. So I don't really have that much control over it, but hopefully now you can just see more of my ugly filming light. There we go. Yeah, it's just how content creators get paid, basically. So if you need to leave the stream at any point, that is totally fine. The streams are going to be up afterwards, so that if you want to go back and you want to check anything out, that you have the ability to do just that. And with that being said, let's go to the questions tab, because that is where all of the good stuff is. Now this month, because I've been literally running around till like 3 minutes ago, I've not pre-checked the tab. So I have no idea what questions are in there tonight. Let's have a look-see. Let's have a look. Where am I? Did you have a nice birthday and holiday? Oh, thank you so much. I had an absolutely lovely holiday. I went to Yorkshire, which is somewhere that I have never been to before, and it is gorgeous. Like, legitimately, it is absolutely incredible. So I went on a ghost tour for my birthday. Very excited about that. I've always wanted to go on a ghost tour. And in York, well, no, actually, we went to Chester technically, but like we did like a ghosty thing in York. Absolutely incredible. Did we? Was it York? Yes, it was York. Absolutely incredible. We went on the oldest ghost tour in York, which has been going for 50 years. And you meet at this pub where in the winter, and it's like storming and raining, the river floods, and so you can't go to the pub anymore. And it was just so cool getting to walk around. Now, of course, it's the middle of summer, so it wasn't dark. So if you're expecting like it's dark ghost tour, no, it was the middle of like sunshine, like the middle of the day, but it was like 8 p.m. at night. It was incredible. Thoroughly recommend, if you're in York, go to the oldest ghost tour in York. That's actually what it's called. Like, there's loads of signs that claim they're the oldest, but this one's actually the oldest. And they meet at like the King's Head pub or something at 8 o'clock. It was amazing. So I had such a good time. So thank you so much, everybody who like sent me a message and whatnot, because it was so nice. And then everybody sent messages even though I didn't say anything, so I really appreciate it. Okay, I'll get onto the actual questions now, but that's kind of like, I feel like I have to mention that. This question is cut off for me, so I can't see the top part. Did you hear that Dan Rivera, the paranormal investigator, recently died? Oh my goodness, I did not know this. During a tour with the Annabelle doll. It's probably a coincidental death, but it's still weird. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, I feel so bad for his family. I had absolutely no idea. I have been pretty out of the loop, honestly, for the last couple of weeks, just because I've been trying to catch up with myself. That's awful. Condolences go out to his family. I suspect more likely than not it is just going to be coincidental. But God, that's going to go down in Annabelle lore, I'm sure, that this has happened. It's going to become folklore in and of itself. But that's so sad. I hope that his family have at least some privacy, because I know what tends to happen when these things occur. You know, everybody starts talking about it and it's a bit overwhelming. So, I'm definitely going to have to look that up later, though, because I had not heard anything about it. Let's have a look-see. As a fan of Arthurian legends with eclectic music tastes, have you ever listened to Rick Wakeman's album, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table? I haven't, but now I feel like I have to. Let's have a look-see. Okay, I'm going to keep that one to one side so that I can check that out later. I have never even heard of them, so I'm going to have to look that up later and check it out, because you might have noticed I got a record player for my birthday. I feel so cool. I feel so cool. And so like now I'm like going through all of my parents' like collection of vinyls and getting my own. I have a small collection growing already, so I am always on the lookout for new music, always. Okay, without giving away anything sacred, what's the longest spell you've ever actively worked on? Oh, okay, so the type maybe doesn't necessarily matter that much, but it's very, very much a long-term working. And I think what's perhaps more useful is less the type of spell and more how it's being kept going for so long, because I know that that's a question that a lot of people ask of like, how do you have like a spell that goes on for weeks or months when I can only get candles or whatnot that burn for 4 hours or something. And what I will typically always do is I will have a base of that working. So the workings in question that last for this long usually contain one of my cards. If you've been on the channel for a while, you will remember them. They are sigil cards. They're about this big, and they contain like a magical sigil that is meant for a certain intention. And then there will be usually like a photograph. That could be a photograph of me, that could be a photograph of someone else, that could be a business card, you know, if you're doing a prosperity style working, something like that that goes on top. And then the candle holder with the candle will go on top of that. And essentially the card and the petition, the photograph, the business card, whatever it is that is being used, never gets cleansed. So those two things are always being repeatedly charged. The candle holder also is never being cleansed. And so I will take a new candle, charge it, dress it with the oil, carve it, stick it in, and then basically link it into that larger working. And so that's how I have workings that can go on for literally years sometimes. And usually it's not like a constant thing. So it's not like I'm burning it to maintain it every single day. It's more like I will do that working aimed for a specific purpose. The energy will increase. And then when I can feel that the energy is dropping again and it needs a little bit of a boost, I'll do another candle to boost that energy. And in the meantime, those items that I'm using are put to one side in a safe space and are then brought out again later. So it's less that they are like one continuous working and more that it's the same working that's been re-energized again and again and again. If we're talking like the same continuous working, then you're probably looking at like a month. And sometimes it will be when I'm working with, say, Bridget, I will have an agreement where I'm going to light a candle every single day for, say, like a week and a half. And then that candle is just going to be burning every day for a week and a half. And that's like considered one long working. So ultimately, it depends on what your category is, like what your classifications of a single working are. I'd love to know though what everybody's longest workings have been. Like, is there something that you have worked on every single day for months, years? Or are your longer workings more like mine, where they are, I need it, I don't need it, I need it, I don't need it, I'll re-energize it, and then I can let it go a little bit. I'm really curious because this is something that I don't think gets mentioned a lot on social media. And I think it's because it's not visually appealing. You know, doing the same working for like 6 months is really boring to the algorithm. Okay, let's see, where am I? I am here. Can fairy tales like Grimm fairy tales be seen as folklore? Is it same or different? How can one use folklore in their practice effectively? So ultimately, it depends on, okay, I need to like find my way of wording this because it's going to depend on your definitions. So for me, folklore is something that is believed by the general populace. So say for instance, I'm trying to think off the top of my head of something really, really quick. So say like a white lady, not like a white lady, I mean like a ghost, you know, the white lady. That is folklore if lots of people have witnessed her in an area and like a story has been built up around those sightings. Whereas something like the Grimm fairy tales, if it isn't based off something pre-existing, then that's a story that has entered into kind of cultural consciousness. So you can probably use them like you would folklore, but it doesn't have the same basis to it. So the best way that maybe I could describe it is that folklore and kind of these legends are sightings first, stories second. Whereas kind of the Grimm fairy tales are stories first, belief in those stories and potentially even servitor action later. So, you know, you're getting to the point where so many people believe that something is real that it starts manifesting itself as though it's real. And so you almost end up with the same outcome, just for very different reasons, which I think is really interesting. So the best way to use folklore, I suppose, is to use them as archetypal figures. So some folklore, for instance, would be King Arthur. literally just spoke about it a few questions ago, King Arthur is not recognised as being an actual historical figure. He's probably based off a real king, just like how Merlin is based off a real person. But the stories that surround King Arthur are exactly that. They're stories, and a lot of them were romanticised by the Victorians. But people will still use Merlin, King Arthur, Guinevere, the Sword in the Stone, all of that as archetypal energy, and in some cases even thought forms in their spells and rituals. So you can call upon the energy of King Arthur as somebody who is very noble, of somebody who is willing to stand up for those who are being pressed down, for people, you know, expressing themselves in a way that is for the betterment of everybody. You can use King Arthur as this like central figure for that. And for magical practice, you can use Merlin as that central figure and use them as an archetypal energy, a little bit like how people would use the major arcana tarot cards. So you can call upon the energy of the Fool or the High Priestess or the Emperor, and that energy can be applied into your workings, even though those figures were never actually real people. They're just kind of collective archetypes. But with that being said, I do think that some of the Grimm fairy tales are based off earlier beliefs and earlier folklore. So you could always dive into that folklore a little bit more and see where it comes from, because a lot of these stories are going to be based in something somewhere along the way. I'm realizing I dyed my hair earlier and I don't think I got any of the blue off my neck. So if my neck looks particularly blue, I'm fine. I am not turning into a member of the Blue Men Troop or whatever they're called. I just was in such a rush that I think I might have forgotten to get it off me. Oops. Let's have a look-see. I hope you're well. Do you know of any uncomplicated spells besides freezer spells to protect against people who are making mischief, being deceptive, and playing mind games? Ooh, okay. So, what could we use for something like this? I mean, fundamentally, one of the easiest ways of doing this is just a shield. Hearth Smurf. That's what I feel like sometimes, honestly. After I dye my hair, I do feel a bit like a Smurf. So just a shield type spell could be effective for this short term. So you're looking at, if you're in an environment where you know that people are going to be trying to mess with you, that kind of thing, put up a shield, so like a bubble of energy that you push out around you. I typically make this gold, but you can also make it any colour that resonates for you. For me, it's either gold or electric blue. Those are weirdly the two colours that it's always been, but whatever colour naturally comes out for you, that should really be the one that you're focusing in on, and you're going to create this bubble all around you. Now, I take this a step further. This might not work for everybody, but I essentially center, I ground, I draw up that energy, I push it out into this bubble, and I push it, and I push it, and I push it, and I push it until it's like this thick, and then you make it rock solid, like so that if you stop pushing it out, it doesn't go away. So you make it like solid, and then you can get on with your day. And as time goes on, it will start to deteriorate, but it's a temporary measure that you can have, so that if you're in a space or in an environment where you don't feel super happy about that energy, then that's something that you can put up as a temporary fix. Charging jewelry with the same method can also be used, so you essentially fill it with all of the protective energy that you are pushing out into that shield. You pour into something like a crystal, something like smoky quartz, black tourmaline obsidian, snowflake obsidian's a good one as well, or you put it into something like a jewelry, or you can put it into something like a sigil and carry it around with you and do it that way. Now, if you are talking more about mind games, then I literally have them here from last month. I finished the stream last month and then ended up going away, and everything is just still here. We spoke about these last month. Skulls, okay? Anything that is about mind games, anything that is about mental work, skulls are really, really useful. So if you have like a little crystal skull, if you have like candle skulls from Halloween, then you can essentially protect them. So carve your name into, you could do it on the bottom, you could do it on the back, carve your name in, charge it with your intention, and name that skull like you would a puppet. So you would say, your name is this, you are I, you know, that kind of a thing. I'm trying to think of the exact wording that I would use, but it changes every single time. But essentially what we're saying in a formal setting is, you have my name, my energy is your energy, and your energy is my energy. This is my mental headspace, and I'm going to protect you. And you could do it with this, you could do it with this, whatever works. And then you keep it safe. So whether you charge it with protection oil, whether you just put it on an altar surrounded by protective crystals, whether you surround it in salt, like a ring of salt around it, whether you carve sigils into it that represent protection, this now represents your mind, to keep it clear so that mind games can no longer strongly affect you in the way that they would before. So you can do it with something like this, you can do it with like Halloween decorations, but obviously it's a lot easier with things like crystal and wax, just because it's easier to work with. But that's an option. You can create a puppet, something that is going to be able to offer you protection. So this is going to be your representation. So you protect that puppet as a way of stopping any of that engaging energy from actually touching you. Because often people who are doing things are going to get really bored when they don't see that you're reacting to it. And so if anything in this setting, whether this is with spirits, whether this is with people, sometimes the best option is to protect yourself rather than send it back again, because then you're making a statement of, I'm not even going to engage with you. Good luck with that one. You're going to get bored really, really quickly. Now, obviously, you can also do mirror style workings. So you could also put a skull, put a puppet, put a photograph of yourself with a sigil that represents what it is that you want to achieve inside a box that is covered in tinfoil. Ideally mirrors, but I know that you want uncomplicated, so tinfoil, as long as it's nice and shiny side out, can protect the energy that's inside whilst reflecting back everything that is hitting it from the outside. So that's a way of kind of doing both a return to sender working as well as a protection style working, but in that you do have the potential for a little bit of back and forth to be happening, because obviously they are going to be able to acknowledge that you are responding to their behavior. Whereas if you just kind of protect yourself and don't react, then they get bored a lot quicker. Let's have a look. See, I tell you, that little tiny bit of exercise that I've done, and I'm like, oh. I am pooped. Right, I did forget a few things here, so I'm just going to say these while I can. It's going to jump. Oh, no, we've only just started. And it's already jumping. Oh, no. Okay, we might be in for a very, very fun stream. Thank you so much, Bugs5049. Thank you so much for your support. And also, thank you so much to Trish and Mickey. Thank you so much. Just wanted to say thank you. I'm steadily reading Ronald Hutton's books because you recommended them so often. Currently reading The Triumph of the Moon. He's such a great source of history. He is, isn't he? He is so good. Like, I wish that I had known about him at the start. I'm just realizing how blue I am. Oh my god. At the start of my magical practice, because I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Okay, at the start of my magical practice, when I was still practicing Wicca, so this was like a while back, I at that point hadn't looked into history. At any point, I had kind of just gone straight into current magical practice, and that really was heavily emphasized in Wicca. And I had heard from a couple of the elders that I was learning from at this point in time how good an author Ronald Hutton was. And so I was like, you know what, I'd been practicing for about 5, 6, maybe even more years at this point. It might have been about 7 years at this point. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to try it. And I bought Witch by Ronald Hutton, or The Witch by Ronald Hutton. And I started reading it, and within a chapter, I put it down, and I didn't pick it up for like 3 more years. And it was because it came as such a shock to me to learn about how modern witchcraft and Wicca is so different to historical witchcraft and witches. And it really bothered me. I'll be honest, it really bothered me that like witchcraft wasn't seen in a positive light, that witchcraft was seen as like an evil thing, that it's been a term that's been reclaimed. Like it got to me a little bit, because that was completely the opposite of what I'd been taught by all of these people in the community. I had been taught that it was Wicca and the threefold law and love and light and all of this stuff. And if anything, I think that's why now I push learning about the history of witchcraft so much, because I so wish I had been recommended Ronald Hutton's books and I'd had access to them at the start, because I spent so many years misinformed about the history of witchcraft. And then I read The Witch and I was like, oh damn, okay, this is not at all what I was expecting. So if you are planning on reading The Witch, be prepared that it isn't going to be a book that is like a how-to guide for witchcraft. We're talking like a deep dive into how witchcraft has and is still perceived around the world, and like the nitty-gritty of it. It isn't the threefold law, love and light, sunshine and rainbows. We're talking like the real nitty-gritty of witchcraft around the world, and I thought that was just so fascinating. So I'm glad that you are enjoying it. What is this? I have a giant knot. How do I have a giant knot in my head? I was so prepared today too, right? I had been set up for ages and ages and ages tonight, and yet I still managed to be late and to get things wrong. Okay, let's have a look. See, where am I? I am... Ooh, okay, this is an interesting one. Oh, I accidentally missed one. Okay, well, I'm going to do this one first because I just read it, and then I'll go back to the other one. I've read Psychic Witch, Practical Solitary Magic, Modern Magic, Besom, Stang and Sword, and The Crooked Path. What books do you recommend I read to expand my knowledge and practice? Oh, you've read them all. I hope that you enjoyed them. Really, at this point, it's about deciding on something that you really want to look into further. So you've got so many books that cover a wide range of topics. I think at this point, it's about continuing to practice kind of those fundamentals that are in things like Psychic Witch and The Crooked Path and things like that. But is there anything in those books that really drew you in, that made you want to dive into a little bit more? Because this is that turning point in your practice where a beginner witchcraft book could still contain useful information, but it isn't necessarily that useful anymore. And so, do you want to go into servitors? Do you want to go into astral projection? You know, pick a topic, have a research online of the type of books that are available on it, the different authors, see what people think about it, and just dive into something like really specific. Like, if anything, I think this point in magical practice for you is like the most exciting bit, because it's that point where you can go, oh, now I can learn like whatever I want. And I think just go mad with it. If you wanted to, just go mad with it, because you have all of those foundational things, that you have the structure that allows you to kind of expand your practice out on it. So if there's any topics that you're interested in, feel free to let us know in the chat. And I'm sure that I and many other people in the chat will add their favorite books on that particular topic that you can look into, because there's so many. There's so many now out there that are really, really interesting that you could just dive into. Okay, let's have a look-see. Okay, this is the one that I missed. So, I'm still working on understanding the messages from my guides. When you receive their messages, do you see the images clearly? You, like, really see? Or are they more subtle, like a memory? I don't get visual messages at all. That's not how it comes through to me, which is strange in a way, because when I see spirits, I see spirits, if that makes any sense. Like, I can see them. They're like right there. But with messages from guides, I don't see anything. It is all done verbally. So like, I'll be in the middle of doing something and they will just butt in with whatever my narration currently is inside my brain, and they'll just like talk over what I'm already thinking. And they'll just send me a message that way. And I, at the end of that message, have to acknowledge that I've heard it. So that it will essentially just be repeated again if I don't acknowledge that I've heard it. And once I've acknowledged that I've heard it, then I don't get that message again. I can ask further questions about it and they can give me further answers. But otherwise, it would just like repeat I know that some people get it in dreams, some people get it in meditations. For me, I've just never had anything visual. So let me know, people in the chat, and also in the comments if you're watching this afterwards, because that could be useful for anybody who's watching the replay. If you get visual messages from your guides, how does it appear? Does it appear like a visualization where it's in your mind's eye? Is it more like an altered state of consciousness where it's almost like you are tuned into a different radio station and that's all you can focus on, and then you tune back into the real life again? Or is it like something that's in front of you that's tangible and touchable? I would love to know. But yeah, for me, it's always been audible instead of visual. How do you make your poppets? I usually make single-use paper ones, but I'm wondering what else you'd recommend. So for me, because I make them for the shop, well, my mum mostly makes them now because I mostly focus on the YouTube. We make them out of fabric. So for us, they're fabric, but I've also used wax poppets as well. I think they're really good because, especially for longer term use, it's a lot more durable than a paper poppet would be. But it also has the same flexibility as a paper poppet. So it's like if you want to release something from you, or you want to dissolve something out of your life, you might burn a paper poppet for that purpose, but you could melt a wax poppet for that purpose. You know, it's a little bit more flexible. But I know people make them out of apples, vegetables. You know, people use like parsnips and stuff for it, just like how people would have historically used mandrake root. I wouldn't recommend doing it with mandrake root now, though, because they are really dangerous to handle if you don't know what you're doing. You can do paper, you can do clay, you can do wax. You can do fabric, so you can make this out of your clothing if you're making a poppet for yourself, or if you're making it for a family member or a friend and they know about it, they can give you some fabric of something that they've worn, because that then acts as the body of that poppet and also the tag lock all in one go. You can make hair poppets, not like out of hairs like the animal, but if you are like me and you brush your hair a lot, you can essentially bind your hair into the shape of a poppet and do it that way. So many options out there, like so many. But for me, I tend to prefer wax and fabric. Oh yeah, you can crochet them. That's actually a cool idea as well. If you like crafting, you can crochet it. That's really, really cool. So yeah, for me, mostly whatever you see in the shop is the way I do things. So it's the fabric poppets and the wax poppets, because I just find them so tactile. They're my favorites. Right, thank you so much, LV, and also Nicole as well. Thank you so much. Right, let's have a look. See, I am here somewhere. How do I know if I'm doing the grounding, cleansing, protection spells are working? Any advice to make it work or even effective? Obvious signs I'm doing it right. So when it comes to grounding, okay. How do I figure this out? Energy sensing is really the fundamentals of all of this, and it is going to be your best friend in all of this. So if you are able to sense energy, or if you're able to train yourself to sense energy, because a lot of people do have to learn how to do it, it isn't like an innate ability, they can tell when their energy is, or the energy around is unsettled. So they can tell when their energy is high or low. They can tell whether the energy of an environment that they're in needs work. And they can also tell when their protections are running out, because they can feel the shift in energy. And this is really going to be your best friend. And it's why I always say that the foundations of magic are so important, because while you can do things without them, they become a lot more effective and manageable with. So, for instance, grounding. After you've done a spell or ritual and you've used your personal energy, you're going to feel, especially if you use too much of it, you're going to feel really weird. The best way I can personally describe it is when you've had coffee and it's been about like 5 or 6 hours or something, and you're noticing that the coffee is like leaving you a little bit like spaced out. Like, you've not reached that shaking part yet, but you're in that part where you're like, oh yeah, I can feel the tiredness kicking back in again now. I can tell that, the coffee's out of my system again. That feeling is kind of how I feel if I've used too much personal energy and are working. And then when you ground and draw that energy up so you can balance out your energy levels, that feeling will pretty much go away. The other way around is if you have too much energy, you're gonna feel spaced out in a different way. So you're gonna feel like you are kind of drifting off a little bit. You might feel really buzzy and excitable, but to the point where it's a bit uncomfortable. And that way, when you ground and you return the energy back into the earth again to balance yourself out again, you're then going to feel totally normal again. Now, obviously, these things can also be a sign of kind of sugar crashes, not having enough food, being dehydrated. So like, make sure that all of your other grounds are covered. But that's a good way of telling whether your grounding is really successful or not, because when you're feeling floating off, or when you feel a bit spaced out because of your energy work, it will balance itself out. So that's always an option. Now, when it comes to kind of protection and cleansing, maybe a good way of practicing this is with circle casting. So if you have your circle up and you're holding it for a long amount of time, when you drop that circle again, you are going to, or at least I am going to notice a change in what's happening inside to what's happening outside. The air feels different between what was inside that circle and what was outside, because that circle is containing everything that I was doing within it. And so that's a good way of practicing, because if you can get to a point where you're able to notice the difference, you then know that whatever you're doing with your energy is effective. And then that applies to everything else. So that's kind of two ways of doing it. You can either learn to sense energy and do it through a sensing basis, or do it as a trial and error basis of, well, if I cast my circle in this way using these steps, I get this reaction. And I know then that if I apply those same steps to other things like cleansing, like protection spells, I will therefore also be getting the magical response that I'm looking for. So it's maybe not the clean cut answer, but it depends on where you're at in like your energy sensing. I don't know what word I was going for there. I just kind of got a bit stuck. It's one of those days. I think the coffee I had earlier is now officially wearing off, I can tell. Right, let's have a look. Seeing. Do you believe that you were born a witch as part of your path in life, or did something inspire you to become a witch? I don't necessarily think that anybody is, say, born anything in terms of witchcraft and stuff, because it's something that we are drawn to. And I think that some people, like me, are perhaps always drawn to it. And it's something that they never grow out of. So you know how lots of children will make like potions with sticks and leaves in a bucket in their back garden? That childlike wonder of seeing spirits, of, engaging with the moon, like thinking that the moon is following them home, the fairy tales, the stories, the legends, the stuff that you are expected to like as a child, and then you're expected to grow out of again. I just never really grew out of it. But there are many, many people who find their path later on where something like re-triggers it again. I think it's less that I was born a practitioner, like born a witch, and more that I never lost the connection to it that a lot of children have. And I think that it's just as valid. I think that that's really the point I want to be making here. It's just as valid if you reignite that spark after watching a TV show when you're 65. Your magical practice is just as valid as somebody who's been doing it for 60 years. You know what I mean? So, yes, that's probably a really good way of putting it. It's like the calling of your inner child. It's exactly that. It's like some people lose that childlike wonder and then find it later. And it could be watching Charmed. It could be watching, maybe you watched the reboot of The Craft or something, and it triggered something in you. It's basically just igniting something that I think everybody has, but not everybody uses. And I think it's why a lot of people resort to witchcraft when they're in a really bad situation. You'll often find that people that are die-hard rejectors of magic will come back to it if they have no other option, because it's that childlike hope. It's that reverting back to the potential that I think we all have. It's just that a lot of people tend to grow out of it. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Bresky. Thank you so much. But like, happy belated birthday. Oh, thank you. So you're so kind, and you're always logging on and coming, and it's really nice. Thank you. I never know what to say other than thank you, and I should probably put this down because I'm like hugging it like a support blanket. Right. I'm here somewhere. Where am I? Ooh, okay. How can people who resonate with winter energies connect more to summer energies, and those who connect with summer energies connect more with winter energies? Ooh, okay. So, this might make me sound really, really strange, okay? But sometimes when I'm answering questions, I will get things that come through and in my day-to-day life, I don't really acknowledge it because I know that people find it weird as hell, right? But we're all sitting here together. We're all in the same boat, right? So immediately the thing, like I hadn't even finished reading the question yet, and the thing that somebody said was, it's the elements. And I'm trying to piece together what they mean by that. I think what is meant by that is that there's a different balance of elements that go on in the different seasons. And it might be something to do with finding interest or finding a relationship with those elements that are often less commonplace in your practice, perhaps less comfortable in your practice. So obviously, I mean, this is just me speaking now. People who really like the winter often really, really dislike the heat. And so the idea of carrying out spells and rituals when it's really, really hot outside and they're sticky and they're uncomfortable and they just don't want to do it, it limits your magical practice. Because, you know, if you only practice at night, then attempting to practice in the middle of summer during the summer solstice is really difficult because it doesn't go dark the same way as it does in winter. But then equally, on the other hand, if you are somebody who only ever does your workings outside, attempting to do them outside in the middle of a snowstorm just isn't doable safely. And so I think it's about finding alternative techniques and almost making that part of the fun of it. Like, I'm a sucker for candle magic. Everybody knows this, right? But there is something to be said about as the seasons change, and maybe reconnecting with the seasons is a good way of going about it. It allows us to have a deeper connection to the earth, which means that the changing of the seasons is no longer as uncomfortable because we can understand, or we can connect on a physical, emotional, energetic level as to how that is important to the world as a whole. Now, back to the elements thing that immediately came through. I'm wondering if, I mean, I know for some people they are more drawn to certain elements than others. I know I certainly am. For me, it is water and it is fire are the two that I'm most connected to. Air? Who's she? I am really, really not super connected to the air element in comparison to the others. So for me, workings in spring, I find really, really hard. Like, I'll be honest, workings during that spring season where the air energy is really, really heightened, I struggle with a lot. And so for me, to more deeply connect with the spring season, I really need to be connecting more with the air element. Whereas I think you might find it's worth looking into your natal chart as well. If you're somebody who is very much a winter magic person, what do you have more of in your chart? You might find that you have more of that water and earth than you have the fire and the air. And so it could be about finding comfortable ways of adding those elements into your magical practice as a way of balancing things out, because that could maybe help adjust things. So in the middle of winter, you might want to add in some fire magic as a way of experiencing that element and that energy during a period of time where you generally feel more comfortable. That way, when you get to those fiery energies in the summer, it's going to feel less uncomfortable working with that energy because you've already worked with it at a more comfortable time. I'm not sure if that actually makes any sense for anybody. This is what I mean when I say that the messages that I get through sometimes just don't make any sense. And sometimes I will immediately be like, oh, I totally get what you mean. So for me, it's like winter is very watery. Snow, damp, cold and wet water, right? So you would think that I would, because I have a lot of water in my signs, I would be really connected to the winter, but I'm not. Personally, I'm connected to the opposite of my sign. So for me, fire is something that really draws me in. Spring is very much about that air energy. And so you might want to be working more about incense magic, burning of petitions and using the ashes, using powders, working with the wind a little bit more in your cleansing rituals, adding it in that way. Summer is very much more about fiery energy. So it's about working with that solar energy. Perhaps it's about working with the contrast of energies too. Going from the hot sun to water, for instance, could be really good around the summer season, that kind of contrast. And then autumn is very much earth energy. And so you might find, if you look at your chart, that there are things that immediately you get drawn to because you have more of it in your chart. Saying it's the elements in an English accent has become a stim in like 2 minutes for no reason. I'm sure that will get really, really frustrating really soon. I do that so often with things. I will hear somebody say something in a certain way and then I have to repeat it like 1,000 times and I drive myself bonkers. I'm just going to open the curtains a little bit, considering my lamp is kind of a no-go for tonight. There we go. I'm a little bit blown out, but yeah, turn this. Can I actually turn this down? Oh, we might just have to cope with me being a little blown out right now. For anybody who didn't catch the very start of the stream, I've lost the remote control for my filming light, which means when I turn it on, it is going to be as bright as 1,000 suns, and there is nothing I can do about it. So we're just going to have to hope that this is okay. I apologise, I've been looking for it for ages and I can't find it. Okay, let's have a look-see. I hope that answered the question, by the way. It might not have done, but I hope that it was at least somewhat useful. Ooh, I'm wondering if you have any tips to improve psychic abilities. Where did I put Psychic Witch? That's a good question. There's an entire section in Psychic Witch about this. Okay, so I know that I go over this a lot. And that's because it's a question that does come up really, really often. So when it comes to psychic abilities, my biggest piece of advice is to acknowledge things. And that does mean pretty much everything. Okay, I'm going to close that again a little bit. Oh, I look less like a ghost now. Okay, let's go with that. So essentially, if you are sitting in a room at night and you see something pass through the corner of your eye, you don't have to immediately say, oh my God, that was a ghost. Instead, you just need to say, oh, that was weird. Don't know what that was. You've acknowledged it, right? So it's a little bit like the process for remembering dreams. So we often don't recall our dreams because your mind, your waking mind, your conscious mind doesn't see much benefit in it. You aren't asking for the information, so why does it need to retain it? As soon as you start waking up in the morning and recall or attempting to recall your dreams, writing down what you can remember and the like, all of a sudden your mind starts recalling your dreams because it is smart. Without us doing anything, it is really, really smart. And so it then goes, oh, you want this information now. Okay, why didn't you say so sooner? I'll start remembering your dreams. And as time goes on, you start remembering your dreams again and again and again. And as long as you maintain the consistency of, hey brain, can I remember this dream please? You will then maintain the practice and the ability to remember your dreams. Apply the same principle to psychic abilities. Most people, in the majority of cases, will have in their lifetime some form of psychic ability. This might be as a wee little child, but they will still at some point have heard a voice, had an imaginary friend that seemed a little bit more than imaginary. I know that I did. I have no memory of my imaginary friend, but my mum says it was a lot. Or they might have seen ghosts, these kind of things. And so you're essentially needing to tap back into that again, because as you've grown up and you've grown out of it, you've no longer needed those abilities because you've not worked it. The idea of if you don't use it, you lose it. I know that it often gets applied to physical ability and muscle mass, but you can apply the same principle to psychic abilities. If you don't use it, you lose it, because just like recalling your dreams, it's going to take up space and time. And if you're never actually going to use that thing, why do you need the ability to do it? So it's about acknowledgement. Oh, that was a really weird noise. What on earth was that? Or I definitely thought I saw something then. And you'll see me do it in videos and in live streams and stuff. I'll literally just be sitting there and I'll be like, what was that noise? And that's me like acknowledging the things that are happening. And then once you start acknowledging things, you may well start noticing that things will start happening more and more. And it's probably less that it's happening more frequently, and more that you are simply more open to recognizing that it's happening. So it becomes less about finding things to see or to hear, but instead it becomes, this thing is now happening and I am not even trying to experience it anymore. And you can also do a similar principle as you can with dreams. You can write it down. Write down your psychic abilities. I have a book. Where is it? Is it here? I have a book somewhere. Oh, is it? I think it's in the other room. Where I write down all of my weird interactions with spirits and stuff. I date it and I write it down. Now, alternatively, you can voice note it. The main goal here is that you are forcing your brain to recall what you've just experienced. And you're going to want to write it down as quickly as possible after it's happened, because the human memory is fallible. And every time it recalls something, it's going to change it just a little bit. So it's really useful to write down your spirit encounters as soon after they've happened as possible. Date it. You're not only then telling your brain that you want to remember that, but you're then also going to be able to read it back at a later point and know exactly what happened. Now, with all of this, it's going to take time. Like, I don't want anybody to go into this and think that it is going to be this super quick thing where as soon as I start trying to remember my dreams, I will immediately get them all through. Or the minute I start working on psychic abilities, I will immediately be able to do everything. It's more like a snowball. So it's going to start really slowly, to the point where you might feel like giving up. But instead, over time, if you stick with it, you're going to find that it kind of improves up over time, hopefully. Now, I don't actually remember where I put Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. I'm going to see if I can find it really, really quick. What did I do with it? Oops. Okay. It's not where I thought it was. So if anybody has Psychic Witch by Matt Oren, there is a section in Psychic Witch which is about developing psychic abilities. And okay, I was dog sitting a couple of days ago, so I've had to put everything out of the way. And you know what happens when I clean? I lose things. And now I don't know where anything is. But if you do have Psychic Witch by Matt Oren, there is a section in that book, and I actually recommend that for beginners generally. I think it's a really, really good book. that goes over, it's next to your remote control. Honestly, probably. I lose legitimately everything that I touch. It's a problem. It's a real problem. I lose literally everything. I will put something down instantaneously. It ceases to exist. Everybody in my life basically has to help me find things, because otherwise I would probably lose my head. See, I don't work with the saints. So for me, I'm not going near saints personally. Instead, I will ask the house spirits where it is later, and I'm sure it'll turn up eventually. Yeah, I think it, I literally had the remote control and I put it somewhere because the puppy was getting into everything, because he was adorable, but he wanted everything. And I'm sure that I've put it somewhere safe. Translation, I've put it somewhere I will never be able to find. I did the same thing with my my driving license a couple of years ago. I put it somewhere, and yeah, it's in the house somewhere. I still don't know where it is. I had to get a new one. That's how bad it is. Awful. Right. I'm here somewhere. Oh wait, this is one that I literally sort of answered as well. It kind of follows on. So the Curious Daisy, I feel like I kind of answered your question inadvertently, but with the clairaudence, so specifically with clairaudence, which is clear hearing, it's very much about, how do I best describe this? So you can set the stage for it almost. So obviously you have like the general, how do I describe this? The general like day-to-day activity where you're just sitting there and you hear something and you acknowledge it. But you can set it up so that you have periods of time where you could perhaps open yourself up a little bit more to this very specific style of psychic ability. So for instance, you might wear some protective jewelry, some protective crystals, draw a sigil on you or something. You're going to want to sit in a space. Perhaps you might even want to lay a compass. This could be really useful because it opens up the quarters as well as above and below, so that things can come to you and you can send things out. And then you are going to want to ask if there are any ancestors, any of your guides, any friendly spirits who would like to commune in the space. And if they could verbally speak, that would be really useful. Set it up so you've got a timer, so you know how long you're going to have been doing it for. And do make sure you have protective things on if you are using a compass or without. You don't have to use a compass for this. This is kind of a step up, but it's like an option if you want that step up. And then while you're there, close your eyes, make sure that you're in a really quiet environment. You could, if it's safe to do so, drink some mugwort tea. You could have some mugwort incense burning. You could be burning some rose, for instance. And you're just going to spend 15 minutes, 30 minutes just there and just opening yourself up energetically and see what comes through. You might find that rather than getting like a verbal statement, you might have this strange feeling as though somebody's like about to speak next to your ear, but they haven't actually said anything yet. You might get the sound of footsteps, people moving. You might hear breathing. You might hear the wind blowing. You might hear kind of animals or scuffling movement, that kind of thing. And even if you don't get anything through, just be there for the amount of time it takes for that timer to go off. Thank everybody for being there. Close down what you're doing and then document anything that you experienced. Because you might find that while you were in that space, opening yourself audibly, you might have had shadows, colours, other sensations, something touching you, for instance, or hot and cold. And these things can all be documented down as well, because you might find that while you're building up one type of skill, you're also building up all of the others as well. Now, clairaudence is one of the hardest, I'd say, to build. Not for lack of trying, but just because it's difficult if you do live with pets, children, a partner, a family, if you live in a terrace street or a block of flats where there's lots of noise. So it's just important to bear that in mind. It might be something that you want to do with your eyes open in a quiet environment, like a woodland, for instance, if you do have quite a busy home environment. Okay. Where was I? I don't know why I've got Christmas music in my head. Oh dear, we don't do advertising in the chat. Let's have a look, see, where am I? Any recent book recommendations? So, I'll be honest. Okay. I have barely read anything since last month. I did finish reading, oh goodness, which one is it? It's one of Ali Hazelwood's books. Let me just figure out which one it is. It is, I'm gonna have to go to her website. Hang on. Love on the Brain. Yeah, Love on the Brain. So I just finished reading Love on the Brain again. I've read it more than once. Just because I really love Ali Hazelwood's work. I love all of the science romance novels. I can't help it. It's just one of them things. Anything about like cute romance and cute couples, I'm like, oh, I just have to. So I just finished reading that. I do have the next ones that she's published that I need to finish. But I need to be continuing this series that I started on Instagram about reading my to be read pile. Okay, if you're on Patreon, you will already have had the first video, which was an in-depth review of Psychic Witch. And it was quite a long video, actually. I went in on that. And I want to continue it. Actually, I have a question for everybody. I do post those little reels on Instagram. Would you also like me to post them on YouTube Shorts if you don't have Instagram? I might have to split them up more though, because I think YouTube Shorts can only be 60 seconds, but let me know if that's something that you'd want if you don't know anything about what's happening on Instagram. But, okay, I span the spinny wheel of fate for all of the books in my collection, and it came up with a massive book. I mean, like, it doesn't look that big, but the font is tiny, and I have been putting off reading it since my birthday, right? I filmed it just before I went away on holiday, and I have not, at this point, finished it because I've been putting it off so bad. So I need to do that. So yes, please, yes. Okay, I will do that then, because I don't post on Shorts on YouTube because they don't allow you to do thumbnails. Why? I don't understand why at this point in YouTube's history we are not allowing people to put shorts with thumbnails. It picks like a random shot from the video. And you know what happens when I'm talking? Because I have a very, very expressive face and expressive eyebrows, I end up with a thumbnail that's like, and I'm like, no, don't use that, please. Use literally anything other than that. And you can't choose what it's gonna use. It's so embarrassing every single time. But I'm gonna try and do that. So I'm currently in the process of reading 2 books. So one is on dream spells, and the other is on the history of witchcraft from the Ice Age to the modern day. I don't know why I forgot that so bad. So yeah, those are the books I'm currently reading. Once I get closer to finishing them, I'll start posting the videos about it, just because I don't want to leave people waiting for like a month for me to finish a book. So I like film the first bit in advance and then film the other bit afterwards. And then if you love the book content, I do the in-depth reviews of books on Patreon, because they do not do very well on YouTube and they mess up the algorithm for me. And so I post those on Patreon for all of my wonderful Patreon supporters. See, I never get that. Why do I never get that? If I upload a short from my phone, it picks like the ugliest frame in the entire video and then goes, wah, wah, that's what you're stuck with. Maybe I need to update the app. Because I watch YouTube. Actually, this is something I'm really curious about, right? Am I able to make like a poll or something? I'm so curious about this. I don't think it's gonna let me do anything. No, it won't. I watch YouTube from my TV, right? I always watch YouTube on my TV. Do you guys watch YouTube on your TV, on your phone, on your computer? I'm really curious because I get confused by YouTube for a mobile device because I don't use YouTube for mobile devices. So yeah, I can, oh yeah, maybe I'll have to do that. I'll have to put a poll on the YouTube community. I won't do it right now though because I'm scared that I might crash it. Computer, TV and phone, computer and phone, phone, TV, phone. See, phone, TV ads are so long. I have YouTube Premium because I watch so much YouTube that it makes sense for me. Mobile device, TV, iPad, phone, tablet, phone, all of the above. Yeah, there's a lot of a mix here. I always get thrown off because I only ever watch it on my TV. And so sometimes my mum will be like, your thumbnail is like really busy. I'm like, what do you mean? On my TV it looks great. And she's like, yeah, but I don't think that many people watch it on the TV. Like it'll be like, it's just too busy and you should change it. And this one's better. I'm like, okay, I can do that. I just watch it all on the TV. So I don't really notice it. And then obviously I don't get the ads because I have premium. So that really helps. Right, let's have a look-see. Oh yeah, I was finishing that question. So basically those are the books I'm currently reading. And I've been putting it off for a while. And I need to stop putting it off because I actually need to finish it. Okay. Oh, yes. I didn't even tell you what the question was. Do you think apartment buildings are less likely to have house spirits compared to houses? Yes. If so, is it because so many people, urban environment, newly built, etc.? So, I've never once thought your thumbnails were too busy. Oh, thank you so much, Phil. I'll be honest. You know what I'm like, though. I'm a maximalist. To my core. I would love to be a minimalist. Would I? I love the idea of being a minimalist. I don't know if I could ever actually do it because I'm a more is more person. Can I stick gold stars on every single thumbnail? You bet your ass I can, and I will, every single time. So, I think this is... Okay. That's me. It's not me rebooting. I didn't just turn myself off and turn myself back on again. I am processing. So when it... Okay. Apartment buildings. Oh, my brain is chaos right now. So, this is ultimately going to depend on whether we are talking house spirits or spirits general, right? And I think that's mainly where the distinction lies. So if you're talking about, in this question we are talking about house spirits. So house spirits, in my experience, now obviously I live in England, so the history here is different compared to if you were in, say, North America. The majority of apartment buildings here are less likely to be haunted by house spirits because they're so new, right? We're talking like 1960s through to modern day, right? When you've got houses here that were built in the 11th century that people still live in today. And so what I often find is house spirits tend to be creatures of habit. If they've resided in a house for a long amount of time, they're more than likely going to stay there. And they remember a point in time where the people who lived in those houses had a relationship with them, were accustomed to connecting with them, whether it was the fairy faith, whether it was just connecting with the spirits and sprites of a particular location. Everyday people would commonly engage with them. And so they are more likely to stay in older properties where there is this history of engagement and interaction and places where they're more accustomed to being. That doesn't necessarily apply elsewhere though, because I think it's important to remember that a lot of people took their spirits with them when they traveled to America, and the location spirits are also going to be different. So you can move a house spirit from one location to another if they agree to it. You can do things to attract house spirits. So say calling upon energies and making it an environment that's very energetically positive that they might be very drawn to. But I have always found that old houses have the most house spirits. Modern houses and apartment buildings don't, but they can be brought into location. What I have found though is that apartment buildings tend to be more haunted than houses. And I suspect this is probably because of the amount of people that are living in such a small space. So in my house, for instance, it's a couple of 100 years old. No doubt multiple people will have died here. But on the footprint of the property, in the grand scheme of things, it's probably going to be 3 or 4 people, you know, maybe more, but not that many. Whereas if you have a block of flats and you have a lot of energy and you potentially have many people passing through, if it's rented, people aren't staying there necessarily for their entire lives, they're staying there for a short amount of time, you might find that a lot happens energetically, which can lead to echoes, that can lead to like the stone tape theory, that can lead to active hauntings. And so I often find that flats are more haunted than new houses, but old houses are more haunted than everything else, if that makes sense. Now, obviously in America, you have even more to contend with here because you have different spirits of place and you also have a lot of, I'm going to use the phrase trauma on the land, and I hope that that covers a wide enough breadth of what I'm referring to here. But while in England we have had a lot of wars and we have a lot of fights, and you know, we had the Black Death and we've had all of this stuff that's caused large amounts of death over time, what we see in North America is different. It isn't the butting of heads over things like religion. It is the butting of heads that resulted in destruction. I'm trying to do what I can to stay monetized on YouTube. I hope you understand. And with that comes a lot of activity. And so you do tend to find that everyday new builds in America are really haunted depending on where they are and what has happened beforehand, in a way that you don't necessarily see here in the UK. Like, obviously some places are more haunted than others. If you're building on a battlefield, for instance, you're going to get a lot more hauntings. And actually, if you're interested in this topic, I really liked the book Uncanny by Danny Robbins. I'm actually so excited. I'm going to go and see his live show the end of this year. In his book Uncanny by Danny Robbins, there's one, I think it's this book anyway, there's one particular story of what was that? That was a really weird noise. Of a particular individual whose entire family was kind of hounded by a horseman, like a man that was on horseback, and not just that, but like horses like running through a space, like you could hear the hooves as they like sprinted through the space. And I think that was because the properties had been built on an old battlefield site. So I think that's really interesting. It's just that in North America there's a lot of fairly recent stuff that tends to lead to more hauntings. I'm hoping that this makes sense. I'm hoping that that makes some semblance of sense. Honestly, I don't know. Other than stream issues, are you well? You know what? I'm actually not doing terribly. We just went through a heat wave and everybody else hated it except me. Like, I'm talking to my mum and she's like, I can't wait for this weather to go away. I'm dying. And I'm here like, can I go for a walk? Anybody want to go for a walk? And they're like, it's 32 degrees. I'm like, and? It's lovely. So like a lizard, I feel like I have recharged a little bit. I feel, yeah, I can't help it. The summer is just my season. What's your favourite glamour magic book? I actually have yet to read a single book on glamour magic. I've really enjoyed. That's not to say that every book is bad on glamour magic. I have just yet to find one that doesn't focus on glamour magic as being only beauty spells. Like, if anybody has any recommendations, do let me know. But I just find, and maybe I need to do a video on this topic actually, it's on my list of things that I feel like I want to talk about, is kind of differentiating beauty magic and glamour magic. Because there's definitely crossover, but they aren't necessarily one and the same. And every book on glamour magic that I have seen has only been about beauty spells. So if anybody has any recommendations, let me know, because I'd love to read some more. Let's have a look. Native American who moved to England here. I hated the heat wave. Oh, I know that everybody last week was basically making fun of how England can't cope with the heat, right? I saw it was everywhere. But from the people that I have met in my life that have come from elsewhere, whether they've come from America, whether they've come from Australia, people genuinely have said, no, like the heat here is legitimately different. It might be 32 degrees in LA and 32 degrees here, but it feels totally different. Like, I don't know how else to describe the heat other than it is brutal. And yes, obviously, like, the buildings don't help. I'm quite grateful in that my old house never retains heat. So in the winter, I'm wearing a heated blanket all of the time. But in the summer, it means it doesn't get really that hot. I mean, last week, I think my house was about 27 degrees, but my parents' house was closer to 35. So, like, that's like a massive difference. I think it's something about the fact that it's not super windy in most places in the UK. Like, unless you're on the coastline, it's not windy. So it's really still. So it's still, it's humid, it's busy. Like, as soon as you walk into a town, the heat just skyrockets. And we just aren't prepared for it most of the time. So I think that's probably the reason, but we have just been the butt of everybody's jokes for the last week because we've just not coped. And then there's me that's just like, it was all right. I had a dog though last week, so like I spent most of my time inside because I obviously don't want him to be in the sunshine and stuff. But yeah, it was something. Oh, it jumped. No. Okay, I think I'm about here. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to post the live stream on Instagram. Oops. Oh, okay, you can tell. Wait, is the Mercury retrograde tomorrow? Wait, is the Mercury retrograde tomorrow? I think the Mercury retrograde is tomorrow. Let me just double check. When is it? Oh, it is. I knew it. I will blame the incoming Mercury retrograde for my complete and utter inability to remember things today. That is what I shall do. I didn't forget to post on Instagram. The Mercury retrograde made me forget. And that is how I shall feel better about this. Okay. Are you a butterfly collector? I just noticed the butterfly frame hanging on your wall. I'm not, no. So I really enjoy taxidermy. Obviously, ethically done. And I'm going to say obviously because I feel like that should be an obvious, but it apparently isn't for some people. These were actually rescued from an antique sale. So they were just like, I say antique sale, they were just in like a big antique hall. It was an old church and they had loads of like mirrors, and I was going through the mirrors and I saw this frame and I thought it looked really interesting. And so I pulled it out and I was expecting a mirror, and it wasn't. It was these beautiful gold framed butterflies, and I couldn't leave them. I had to get them. So they are now on my wall and hopefully better looked after than being in an empty, damp, dusty old church. that was kind of falling to bits. So that's how I ended up with those. I have a few other bits and pieces from people that I know are really reliable to get things from, but I don't have a big or even really a small collection. This is about as far as it goes. Let's have a look. See. Have you ever had a spell be blocked by astrological events such as transits or progressed planets? I tend to... So I have had workings that haven't manifested, but they've usually not manifested for a reason that I was told, not today. So like I'll be doing a working and they'll be like, oh, you're not doing this today. I'm like, what, why? And they're like, you don't really need to know, you're just not doing this today. I'm like, okay, I'll try this again another day. And so I'll be told that in advance, but mostly I will keep up to date with what's happening astrologically so that I can plan accordingly. So before any working that is really important. Now that's not to say that I'm just doing workings willy-nilly, but some workings have more importance behind them than others. And so for me, if it's a really important working, I'll do a reading beforehand. If the reading says it's okay to go ahead, then I'll go ahead. But I keep up to date about the astrology, and that's on Patreon. I'm sorry, it feels like I'm plugging Patreon a lot today, but it's just because that's where those videos have ended up, because that's where they do better, and I know that people are happy to watch them on there. I go over the astrology every month, and that's for your benefit, anybody who is on there, but also for my benefit, because I find it really useful to get a grip over what's happening, when it's happening, how long it's going to be going on for, so I can plan accordingly. Like I now know that from tomorrow, my already questionable communication skills, because I'm bad at responding to people, will probably be worse, and to be mindful of that if I'm going to be doing any kind of communication workings, or if I'm going to be attempting to put something across via a spell, I know that I need to be putting more effort into that just in case, you know? So if anything, I pre-plan, I over-plan so that I don't have to worry about it later. Now, it is getting dark. Do I risk... Can I just turn the brightness up a little bit? Can I just do that? I'm sorry if that looks a little bit blown out. I'm trying to put off putting this light on as long as possible, because I know that as soon as I put it on, we are going to be sitting in front of the sun. So this stream might look a little bit weird. I'm really sorry. I also, I forgot to turn my light on. How do I keep forgetting these things? There we go. Okay, that's better. I don't know how I forgot that last time, honestly. I forgot it last time and I forgot it this time. Okay. Let's have a look-see. What spell would be best to do for getting a new apartment? I want to move into a specific building. So, this is where... Words. This is where you might struggle. And I will explain what I mean by that, because so many times when people say like, can I do this? I'm like, yes, but it might not work. The response is then, well then magic isn't real and what's the point in practicing witchcraft and yada yada yada, you know. Specific buildings and specific jobs, these kind of things, and specific people in like love spells and stuff makes things complicated, because you are not just aiming for a goal, like a general energy. You are targeting something that is linked to, in some cases, dozens of other people that are very difficult to influence all at the same time. So the way I typically describe a spell or a ritual or witchcraft in general is that we are working in a web. So there is a web, and just think of it being full of red string, like red things that we can pull. And every spell and ritual that we are doing, we are taking one string and we are taking another string and we are tying it together to connect situations that would normally not be connected, or to undo things if we no longer need that thing, right? When we are working towards a goal, such as a new apartment, You're going to want to be pulling the threads for prosperity. You want to make sure that your finances are in the right place. You want to be an appealing candidate if you're having to go through an application process. So you're going to have to appear, you're going to have to hold influence over the way that you are perceived by others. You're going to need something to open up in a location that you're looking for. So you're going to want to pull that one too. And then you might want some luck that's on your side as well. So you're going to pull that one in as well. That's for just a general apartment. If you are looking at a specific building, you might then have to undo the knots of other people that are applying. So we're taking those knots out. We need to be looking at drawing on the influence of certain people, tying that into knots. And before you know it, you have so many threads that you're pulling all at the same time. It's very difficult to control everything. That's not me saying don't try. That's more me saying the fewer strings we have to pull, the easier a working is going to be. So when we're looking at specific building, you are probably going to want something that represents that building in that working, because it's going to be a lot easier if you have a deeper connection to what it is that you're aiming for. So this could be a photograph of the building, say on the estate agent's website. I don't actually know if it works the same in other places as it does in England. But in England, if you want to rent somewhere, you go on like Rightmove, which is like an estate agent, like an online conglomeration of estate agents where everything just gets put on one website. And then you click like for rent in your area and it'll show you like all of them. And there will be pictures there. And so you can use those pictures. You can get some soil from the ground outside that property. You know, you can draw on some of the energy there and store it in an object so that you can use it later. And then you're going to want to be doing possibly a good luck style spell, something that is going to give you a better opportunity than you would maybe have had otherwise in that particular building. You might also, if you're going to have to go for like interviews and stuff, I don't really know how renting works in other places around the world, but you might want to do workings that are going to help you appear like a really good candidate for that apartment. So you're going to want to come across in a really good way. So you might want to do, say, even like a glamour style spell to make yourself seem really appealing, as well as doing a good luck spell. And then you might also want to do something for finances as well. It's one of those workings where it's more complicated when you're aiming at a building. If you're just going for a general apartment, you can say influence it for this particular building. So say I would really like to be in that building if it is for my betterment. And essentially what that is saying is, hey, just to, put it out there, I would love to be here, but if you can see any reason why this would actually be bad for me and a different building would actually be better for me, I would rather go for what is better for me, even if it might not be my preference. And I find that doing it that way is an easier way of doing it, because the energy can still go for all of those threads. But if it can see that it isn't working out and this is actually a better option, then it can go for that easier option. I hope that makes sense. I don't want to be putting anybody off like severely from going after like a set thing, but it makes it more complicated. Yeah, see that I've had this as well. Funnily enough, I'm an astrologer, but once I tried to see if I could bypass astrological influence with magic, but no, I couldn't. I guess sometimes it's just not the right time. Yeah, sometimes it really does happen like that. I think that a lot of the time, the astrological influences are going to influence. And that is something that's really important. Like, we have to let it happen, even if it's really uncomfortable. There is some benefit to it. Like, I know it's not so much of a big thing now, but like 2019, everybody was talking about how awful the Mercury retrogrades were and how they wanted all of these things to make it go away. And really, the Mercury retrograde highlights all of the things that were already a problem with our communication, with our technology skills. It just makes them more apparent. And so with anything astrological, I'd say, like, if you're nervous about an event that's happening, so say if you're nervous about a Mercury retrograde or a Saturn retrograde, it's about looking into wow, that was a weird noise, why you're nervous about it. Because usually there is something at play that you know it's going to have an influence over that's making you uncomfortable. So the Mercury retrograde is like a really great example because it's the one that happens the most. A lot of people are like, oh, I'm absolutely dreading this Mercury retrograde. And it's like, okay, but what can you do to improve your situation so it doesn't affect you so badly in the future? Because really, if you don't address it the first time around, how many times does it happen a year? 4 or 5 times a year? The next time it happens in like 2 months, you're going to be in the same situation again. So that's why I think it's really useful to know when things are going to occur, just so that we can maybe take a look inside and just be like, okay, what is it that I think is going to be a problem? And then let's actually apply it. Let's have a look, see. After all, sometimes it's not about what we want, but what we need. That's a really good way of putting it, actually. Yeah, it's not always, we can't always get what we want. And sometimes, in witchcraft in general, what you want and what is the best for you are two totally different things. And I think a lot of people, I do this as well, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, it can be used, whether it's astrology, whether it's tarot, whether it's spells and rituals, it can be used as a way of taking back control. And that's fine to a point. You can get to the point where you actually need to be out of control. Like, you need to relinquish control to be in a better situation later. Because if you keep holding on to all of that control, you're not actually improving anything. You're just keeping it exactly as it was. Right, let's have a look, see. Can you speak about clairaudience, any experiences? Yeah, so I discovered something yesterday. My mum showed me like a link, like a Facebook link that people were talking about. And they were talking about kind of the area and about weird experiences. And you'll find this a lot like floating around. Even YouTube, if you were to go on YouTube and you were to put like your city, like your closest city in, or your like county if you live in the UK. So if you were to put like Essex hauntings in there, you're going to get loads of videos of people talking about hauntings in Essex, something like that. And when things like start adding up and you go, and it brings back memories that you totally forgot about. And there was one that, it was when my next door neighbor had sadly died. This was during 2020. The house was empty for a really, really long time. And it was basically just kept exactly as it was. But we all knew that the house was empty because, we saw everything happen. We got the news of what had happened. And so we knew the house was empty. And it's like midnight, couple months after this had happened, and I'm in bed and I can hear a group of men talking through the wall in what was my next door neighbor's living room. And I'm listening, and it's very, very strange. Now, this happened multiple times, so this happened again actually last year. So most vividly, I remember it from last year. I'm lying in bed and I can hear people talking. And it is like a group of men talking. I don't hear any like female voices at all. It's very masculine. They're having a very, very heated conversation. Bearing in mind, it's midnight on a weekday in a house that's empty. And it's different than how it was when she would talk next door, because you could hear what she was saying through the wall, thin walls. Instead, this was almost like this group of men were like I don't know how else to describe it other than like, it was obvious that people were talking and I could differentiate between different voices, but I couldn't hear a word of what they were saying, which is weird because I can hear when my next door neighbor is talking on the phone. It's really strange. 3 a.m. on the dot, silence. But I didn't hear anybody walk down the stairs. I didn't hear anybody move. I didn't hear the front door go. Nobody moved in the house next door. Really, really weird. And I thought, okay, maybe it was just somebody sitting outside with their car radio on. You know, maybe I am just completely confused. It's late, I'm tired, don't think anything more of it. The next night, I am lying in bed. It turns midnight. What do I hear? The same group of men talking through the wall. Like, I can't hear anything that they're saying, but they're obviously having a conversation. 3 a.m., gone. Just like that. That happened 4 nights in a row last year. It starts at midnight. It ends at 3 a.m. Silence. And since then, I have not heard it again. Really, really weird. So that's kind of one experience that I've had with the clairaudence thing, because it was very, very distinctly, at minimum, 3 different men talking. Alternatively, I have had it where, I've mentioned it before, my dad was working on the basement and he drilled into one of the walls, and from that point till he apologized, very, very strange activity, very unsettling activity, arguably some of the most uncomfortable activity I've experienced, definitely the most uncomfortable activity I've experienced in my own home, where I'm lying in bed. Well, not only that, I walked past the basement door. This was maybe like night 2 after he'd done the work in the basement. I walk past the basement door and I hear a growl in my ear. Very distinctly, just this ear. And it wasn't just like a growl. It was like I could feel the breath in my ear as well. Do you know what I mean? It was like a physical sensation as well as an audible sensation. And I'm there and I'm like, just don't acknowledge it, just keep walking. And that is the biggest piece of advice I will say, by the way. If you experience something like growling, don't scream, don't react, just pretend you aren't hearing it. Like, deal with it, but in the moment, don't do anything. It is so much better for you if you just don't react. So I then go upstairs and I close my bedroom door. All the lights are off, the doors are locked. I know that they're locked. And I can hear people walking around. Now, I have a hard floor, so you can hear it loud, right? I can hear people walking around downstairs. Now, I was downstairs like 2 minutes ago. I know that there's nobody downstairs, but I can hear people walking around. That happened on the first night. On the second night, I think I had the growl and then I had the people walking around. By the third night, I had somebody that was walking up the stairs. Now, my stairs creak like crazy. Old house, right? Somebody walks up the stairs and then they stand right outside my bedroom door. And I can hear that they're there. I can sense that they're there. But what got me was the sounds. This haunting was more sound than anything else. So we had the growls, we had the whispers, we've had the footsteps. They're all like really common things that you can experience with clairaudence. Another really common one is hearing your name being called. So you will hear your name, and it might actually be your name in the voice of somebody that you know. So your best friend, your family member that lives in the same house as you, but maybe they're at work. That's a really creepy thing that happens to a lot of people, is that they hear their own name. But yeah, you can get it for a lot of different things. So you could, running water, laughter, things moving. So you might have, that's another one I've had before, is things like chairs being moved, but there's no chair that's been moved. Knocking, I've had knocking on kitchen cabinets before. What else have I had that's strange? The tapping on, you can sometimes get a response if it's an active spirit, tap once for no, twice for yes, that kind of a thing. It can be really, really unnerving, which is why I recommend not fueling it. Like, how many ghost shows do you see? I'm looking at you, Most Haunted with Kath. Was it Kath for Most Haunted? I love Most Haunted, by the way. No shade to Most Haunted, but Kath in Most Haunted was the worst for it. She was the makeup artist, hairstylist. If you've watched it, you'll know. And anytime there was a noise, she would scream and she would freak out. And as I'm watching it, I'm like, it's the worst thing that you can do right there. Because if it's something that's like growling in your ear, the last thing that you want is to acknowledge that you have registered what it has done. Because as soon as you registered what it's going to be able to do, it will then do it more. So I often find that don't acknowledge it in the moment unless you feel safe and secure. Like I've had it before where, I've spoken about it before, should I say, the kitchen cabinets. There was one evening where I was reading my book on my sofa and I had my kitchen door open. And I heard this tapping that was coming from the far end of the kitchen towards me, right? And it's getting closer and louder. And then it starts knocking on the front of the fridge. And as soon as I look up, it stops. And as I look down, it starts. But I don't acknowledge it. Like I made a very purposeful decision in that moment to not respond to it. So I never looked at the noise. I simply would look up, grab a drink, the noise would stop, and I'd think to myself, that's interesting, the noise has now stopped. Okay, I'm going to go back to my book again. As soon as I go back to my book again, the knocking starts from the back of the kitchen all the way to the front of the kitchen towards me, all the way along the cabinet. I get another drink, it stops. I look back down again, it starts again. And eventually, when I didn't acknowledge it, it just stopped and it never came back ever again. Like, I know that it's so easy to like freak out and like look and like search for the source of the sound, but as long as you know that you are physically safe in that environment, like you know that all the doors and windows are locked, then you know, just don't acknowledge it. Just don't do it. It's not worth it, because if they really, really want your attention and they know that they've gotten it, they will keep going. Now, I think it's getting a little dark in here, so I am going to attempt to turn on the death ray. And by the death ray, I mean the filming light. So shall we brace ourselves? This is gonna be bright. Ah! It's so bright. What the hell? I'm gonna turn it as far away from me as humanly possible. I might actually rotate it so that it's facing the wall. Oh my god. Okay. Fucking hell, that's so bright. Let's turn the brightness down a little bit. Oh, that's bright. I'm dazzled. Oof. But I think it was time. I don't think I could get away with not having that on any longer. And I guarantee I will find the remote control just after the stream is finished. I'll literally like pick up a cushion that I picked up 5 times earlier, and it will no doubt miraculously be there. Oh, the day that I dye my fringe is so bad because it splits in the weirdest of places. Like it keeps splitting in the middle because I've split. Oh, we're just gonna have to ignore the split in the middle. I'm not gonna be able to fix that. Okay. Anyway, onwards. Let's have a look. See. I am somewhere here. Where am I? I'm... Oh, where am I? It did jump. Do you have friends in Texas? I think I do have a friend in Texas, actually. I'm pretty certain, unless she's moved. I'm pretty certain that I do. And has the UK experienced massive rain? We actually did yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think yesterday was pretty torrential and it was lovely. Okay, I have a nocturnal sleep schedule now because of my new job. Anyone know about witchcraft at night? Like books on it or personal practice? When it comes to this, you don't really need to be doing anything differently. A lot of witchcraft is practiced at night anyway. I think that a lot of people enjoy practicing in the later hours because it is more convenient for working around family members. You know, there's nothing quite like attempting to do a spell while you've got a 3-year-old asking for your attention and a dog that wants to go out for a walk. You know, there's a lot going on that makes it difficult during the day. And then there is the idea of liminal space. So midnight is a really, really big one because it is that turning point between the start of the night and the end of the night. It is that central tilting moment. And so a lot of people will carry out their workings at midnight, myself included. Not all of the time, but some of the time I will purposefully decide to do it at midnight. Some people will do it at 3 a.m. because of that liminal time, the witching hour, that kind of a thing. The only thing that you're probably going to have to contend with here is if you want to carry out outdoor workings and you don't have a safe space in order to do that, or if you are wanting to work with solar energy. And in which case, then it's about drawing on that energy in an object during the day and then utilizing it later. So working with sunstone in your practice, charging sunstones in solar energy so that you can then draw it out of the stone at a later point if you're having to work at night. For the most part though, your practice would be totally the same if you were having to do it at 8 p.m. or 2 a.m. It's just about whether you want to take into consideration planetary hours or if you want to work with solar energies. And perhaps other people, because not everybody is going to want to be doing working at 4 o'clock in the morning. I really need to cut my fringe again. I'm having to make a decision, right? To fringe or to not fringe? That is the question. What was that? I'm not even convinced of whether, do I like the fringe? Do I not? I don't know. So if you love the fringe or hate the fringe, please let me know because I'm so indecisive about it. Oh yes, somebody did say the book Nocturnal Witchcraft. Let me just double check which one this one is. Hang on. Oh, I think I've read this. Have I read this? I don't remember how I felt about it. Okay, I might need to read that again so that I know what I think about it. But there is a book called Nocturnal Witchcraft, and some people have said that they that really like that book. Wow, words. So I'll have to check that one out again and give some thoughts on it. Right, where am I? I am somewhere here. Okay, so with this question, I feel like I kind of have to go back to my statements earlier, otherwise I'm going to repeat myself quite a lot. So I'm really sorry about that. It's just the way the questions have kind of fallen tonight. Do you have any advice for those of us wanting to connect with our spiritual guides better? I've been struggling a bit and need a bit of help. So with this, it's all about developing those psychic abilities. That's going to massively improve your ability to connect with them because they're going to have so many different ways of coming through to you. So I always recommend dream journaling. Super useful, super effective. Developing your psychic abilities, like I mentioned earlier, with the acknowledgement of different things around you, super beneficial. Developing your ability to meditate is going to be really, really useful in this one, because that is going to give you the opportunity to connect with them at any point of your choosing, as long as they are willing to come through to you without having to wait for you to go to sleep and then wait for you to wake up in the morning. Do you know what I mean? Because that can be quite a long process. If at 8 a.m. you need advice and you can't get advice till 8 a.m. the following morning, that might be too long of an amount of time. Whereas if you're able to meditate, you can need an answer at 9 a.m. and you can get it by 9:15. You know, it gives you that opportunity, and trance-like states as well are really beneficial for this. Now, alternatively, or should I say as well as, you might want to look into something like automatic writing if you are really struggling and it seems like they're not coming through to you in any way, shape or form. They're not coming through in dreams, they're not coming through in meditations, they're not coming through in tarot or other divinations, where you can actively ask for them to be the ones that come through. So you would set up a circle, you would essentially program it so that only your guides can come through, your guides and your ancestors, for instance, and then see what comes out there, see when you're told to stop and whatnot. But automatic writing is a good alternative if everything else isn't working. As long as you have your protections on, it gives you the ability to channel the guides through you in a more physical way than all the other things we've already mentioned. It's not going to be for everybody, but a lot of people do find great success with it. Okay. Okay. My mother passed away 3 months ago. I am so sorry. You have my condolences. I can't imagine how difficult that situation must be, and I hope that you're doing at least a little bit better now. Since the night that she passed, I've seen some unexplained lights, shadows, and images as I wake up unexpectedly. I'm not sure if it's her or a malignant energy. Well, I suppose the main thing that I need to ask is, does it make you uncomfortable? Because if, once you've been sitting in that energy for a while, obviously like the fear, once you've kind of been jolted awake, that's obviously going to be unnerving. But after you've woken up and you're kind of aware and you're compos mentis again, does it make you feel uncomfortable? If the answer is no, then more likely than not, you aren't going to be dealing with any kind of malignant energy. Malignant energy is going to have other things going on. You're probably going to find really unpleasant smells. So it might be like the smell of rot or the smell of sulfur or decay. It's going to be like an unpleasant smell. You might feel that somebody is watching you, but not like somebody is watching you to keep an eye on you. Like it's predatory in nature and it makes the hackles rise. It's that kind of an energy. And it is being done in a way that is designed to scare you. So it isn't just that it's making you feel uncomfortable simply because it's present. It's making you feel uncomfortable because it's actively wanting you to feel uncomfortable. And I think that's really where the main distinctions here are going to lie, because I personally, obviously, do not know individuals themselves, would assume that your mother is not going to want you to feel really uncomfortable. She's not going to want you to feel stressed out. And so her energy isn't going to feel that way. It might feel unnerving to start off with because it's different and it's something that you're not expecting, but it shouldn't make you feel scared. So I think that's really the main thing to look out for there. And then you can always go to a reputable, please always reputable tarot reader or psychic medium. If you can get to a Mind, Body and Spirit show, there's lots of people there, but word of mouth is really, really good because you know that the people who have gone to them have had a really positive experience, you know, that can give you a little bit more information about the situation if that's not something that you feel comfortable doing readings for yourself. Light out the corner of my eye, sparkling light like fluorescent starbursts. Oh, okay, so that sounds to me much more positive then. Light spirits to me have always been the Fae in some instances, but you will also find kind of ancestors coming through as twinkling lights. So you might find that it's unnerving, but it might not be, how do I describe this? I suppose ultimately it depends on where it falls on that scale. Is it unnerving simply because it's new, or is it unnerving because it's scary? But twinkling lights are making me think it's perhaps less negative and more positive. Perhaps your mother's still checking in on you every so often. Yeah, fluorescent starburst. It doesn't sound malicious to me. Like, the times when I've had corner of the eye phenomena that has been really negative, it has been accompanied by other things, and it's usually not light. It's usually it could be like a dark fog, or it would be like a really dark, shadowy form that is accompanied by other things, like the smells, like the hackles rising, that kind of a thing. If it's only unnerving with the light, then it could be worth maybe doing some readings yourself or going to a psychic medium that you can trust to get some more information on it. Have you ever had anything odd happen during spell work, or have anything spook you? Have I had anything spook me? I don't think in memory I've had anything that's been really unsettling. There have been workings I have done where there has been a presence in the space that was unexpected. So the best way I can describe this is, not all of my workings are done with a circle or a compass, and I tend to switch between the two depending on what it is that I'm needing. But the majority of my workings I don't do with any kind of compass or circle, because I don't need to for that particular working. And in those ones I've never felt anything unusual or strange. But I have had some workings when I've known, hey, this is something that you're probably going to want a circle for. If it calls upon spirits, if it is a longer working that's very, very high energy, then I tend to work with a circle. And there have been moments where, as I've been raising the energy in that space, I can feel something walking around the edge of that circle, like pacing the perimeter of that space. That's a very unsettling experience. And usually that happens when you have spirits in the area. One, the protections that I've had haven't been that great on the space. Or the spirits in the area are wanting energy, and you have just produced a large amount of energy all in one place. And the spirit in question might not be like attempting to harm you or anything, but they are wanting the energy that you have, and they want it. And so in those situations, you have to stay calm, because obviously if you break concentration, you're going to mess up your working. And if you break concentration to the point that you drop the circle, then you might have issues. But I typically find that as long as all of the energy is released before I drop the circle, the spirits tend to go away before I lower the circle. If, though, you're in a similar circumstance and they are still around the circle, say if you're in an outside space when this happens, then you might want to take the circle with you. Maintain that circle until you leave that space or they go away. So essentially, if it was a static circle, not anymore, it isn't. We're going to take it with us and have it like a bubble shield that we can then take with us until we get to an environment that has other protections on it. And this might be you going into a church. This might be you going into your own home. This might be going into an occult shop or some building that you know personally as being a secure location. Doing something like that. That's about as far as I've gotten with the discomfort and the fear with spells and rituals. I don't think I've ever had anything weirder than that massively. But that might be because from the very start of my practice, obviously because I come from a Wiccan background, I would do circles every single time I carried out a working. And so by the time I got to the point where I wasn't using a circle all of the time, I'd kind of got a grasp on which energy I felt super comfortable with and which I didn't, so that I could pick and choose the best way of going about it. I think it's a lot more difficult when you're still in that kind of trial and error phase to know when a circle is needed, when it isn't, when a compass is better. You know, that just takes a little bit of practice. So surprisingly, I'm quite grateful that I put myself through casting a circle every single time I did a spell, because it allowed me to kind of get some practice in without having to worry too much about it. Now, just to finish the question that came before, they felt an electrical vibration approaching the casket, and she spoke to me clairaudently when washing dishes, that I would have to help myself, my life tanked in the future, and she warned me. It sounded like she was crying and barely audible. So yeah, I would say with pretty strong certainty here that the energy that you're feeling here is probably your mother keeping watch over you. Feels like she's keeping a watchful eye And you can always try and develop that further if you do want to commune and talk more. Or you can just have her be a watchful figure in your life and know that she is there. Okay, let me have a look-see. What is your favourite aspect of deities? What keeps you drawn to them? It's not so much that there's anything that keeps me drawn to them. It's more... How do I best describe it? They are just there. That sounds really, really horrible. Okay. How do I best describe this? So it's like, I'm going to use mine and Phil's friendship, right? Because we've been friends now for, do I even want to know Phil? I'm going to assume it's like, oh God, how many years? Over a decade. Oh, I don't want to think about it. That's too many. Anyway, at the start of like our friendship, for instance, we were engaging with each other a lot. We were talking 13 years. Oh my God, 13 years. We were talking to each other all of the time. We were like hanging out like every day. We would see each other all of the time. We were like consistently trying to maintain or build that friendship, right? Because it's that like early phase where if you talk to somebody for a couple of weeks and then you just don't talk to them for 3 months, you're not going to stay friends. But then over time, you get to a point where it's like, oh, I know that Phil can rely on me and I can rely on Phil, and it doesn't matter if we are thousands of miles away from one another and we haven't seen each other in a year. I know that our friendship is still solid and still there. It is not something that we have to think about. It is something that is just there. I apply the same thing with deities and my connection relationship with deities. So at the very start, first couple of weeks, first couple of months, there's a lot of engagement going on there. So in that point, you are very actively engaged. You are very excited about connecting with them. You're learning a lot about their mythology. You're working with them on a regular basis. You might be leaving offerings every day. You might be setting up an altar to them. You might be reading all about their mythology, their folklore, their legends, their poetry, stories. And you are engaging with them super frequently, and they are therefore doing the same back again if it is this back and forth. But when you've been in this relationship, and that obviously doesn't mean like romantic or anything, just this relationship with them, you get to a point where nothing has to keep you engaged, because you know that they are there and they know that you are there. And as long as you aren't actively doing things to damage that engagement you have with them, it does just kind of stick around. And so for me, I know that if I need to work with Ceridwen, she will be there. And if I need to work with Bridget, she will be there. And if I need some assistance from Keranos, he's going to be there. And it doesn't have to be like this thing. And if anything, I really like that as being one of my favorite parts of working with deities, because if you're working with a servitor, yes, they can be long term. I have a servitor that is very, very long term, and she's going to stick around for many, many years into the future. But they aren't always. For a lot of people, they're quite temporary. A familial spirit might only be present in your practice for a set amount of time, and then you might find that they want to move on from that contract, and you might then need to find another familiar spirit. If you're working short term with nature spirits or the fair folk, it's a fleeting relationship in some cases. Even elementals, you might work with them on one working and then separate, and then you might work with different ones the next time around. Whereas with deities, for me, it is a very long-standing engagement. It is something that is much, much longer lasting. And that consistency I find to be really, really beneficial. On YouTube, Phil is like a deity. You've been promoted, Phil. You've been promoted. Do you think water is a conductive element to clairaudence? I would say not. If anything, I'd say that air is a better element to be working with. Simply because if you're underwater, it is so much harder to hear. This is how my brain works. If you're underwater, it's so much harder to hear than if you're on land. Everything comes through differently. Whereas I would say that air, if you're wanting to work with an element to amplify it, air is probably going to be the better option. Oh dear. Right. Is there another ghost story video on the way? Yes. Okay, so what is going to be happening with the channel? So I have been fighting the algorithm now for months, right? I'm sure some of you will have noticed that content is just not showing up for people. I had so many people last week tell me that they didn't even know I was still on YouTube because my content was not even showing up in their subscription feed. Like, it was not showing up at all. Like, I know one person messaged me and they were like, I've not seen anything of you for like 2 months. I'm like, what? So at the minute, I'm in a bit of a limbo trial and error phase where I'm going to be trying like a whole bunch of stuff to see if I can fix that. So this series is staying, like the live streams, and the ghost videos, I am planning on continuing them. So if you have any ghost stories, like real ghost stories, feel free to send them in, and I'm going to be doing more videos with them. I'm just trying to figure out the algorithm because it's changed again. And I don't know what I'm doing with it. I don't know what it wants. And so I'm trying to figure that out. So the ghost videos are going to be coming back. It's just at the minute I'm struggling to justify doubling my workload when they aren't being shown to anybody. Like, I'm not even saying that like, oh, they're not going viral. I'm mostly just concerned about the fact that even people who want to be notified of the videos aren't being notified of the videos. So I'm trying to rejig stuff. And then hopefully when I do them again, I'm going to film a whole bunch in one go. So I'm probably going to look the same because I'm going to have like one day where I'm going to film like a bunch of episodes that all surround like a really similar topic. So we have one on hospitals, one can be on like nature spirits, one can be on ancestors and stuff, and try and get it to fix the algorithm. That's what I'm hoping for. Fingers crossed. So they are coming back. Don't worry. If you've put a story in, we will get around to doing as many of them as I can. It is just trying to get it to work. Because it's so heartbreaking. I especially find it difficult because you can put hours into making something, and then YouTube just doesn't even show the people who want to see it. So actually, if you are wanting to kind of help with that, I know it sounds like I'm just plugging myself here. If you want to help with that, even if under like the ghost videos or under any video that you want, if there's a video of mine that you really like, just comment the word algorithm. It sounds so silly, but it seems to be from the other people I've seen talking about this that it helps. I don't know if it does, but I'm tempted to give it a go and see. So even if like you have nothing to say under a video, like you've got no notes or anything, if you've just enjoyed a video, for instance, if you just put like the word algorithm in the comment section, I'm going to try and heart as many of them as I can to say thank you. And I think we just need to give it a go and see if it does anything, because it's just been so weird. It's like I've been like is it shadow banned? Is that the thing where like the content is still visible but a lot of people aren't being shown it? Really strange. Just I had just an influx of like messages from people being like, yeah, you've not posted anything in like 2 months, and I'm like, what? I've posted like 8 videos in the last 2 months. What's happening? So let's go on here. Any tips for caring for a magical herb garden? I'm starting mine today. Okay. I will be really honest here and say, I have the opposite of a green thumb. I think. Here is a little story. Okay, a little story that I can tell you from when I was at university, right? So I'm in this little flat, and I promise it does relate to the topic. I'm in this little flat, and I really want some plant life, right? So I go out and I buy some succulents, and I do everything that it says. I do everything that it says. And then I realize I've not done anything for a while. I'm doing my exams. I've not done anything for a while. I should maybe do something to help them live. And so I finally watered them. And as soon as I watered them, every single one of them died. So my biggest piece of advice, if you are like me and you have the opposite of a green thumb, is genuinely to not worry about it so much. Because every time I worry about a plant and I'm desperate to keep it alive, it will die. I have always found that nature is the best at keeping things alive. Humans, not so good. So I tend to find that, especially with a herb garden, especially if you want to work with them magically, it is about being present with them, but really just letting them do their own thing. Like, try not to over water, over micromanage, because I found that once I do that, things start going wrong. Like, either you overdo it and start killing things, or they are kind of overwhelmed that you aren't letting them do their own thing, and then they don't really want to engage with you. So plant, keep an eye on them, but let them do their thing. I mean, my oregano has gone absolutely bonkers. Oh, I'm sorry. How do Americans say it? It's not oregano, it's oregano. That's it. Oregano. That's horrible. I'm sorry. Oregano. Oregano is the only pronunciation I will personally accept. That's not to say that your pronunciation is wrong. I just can't do it. Oregano is gone absolutely mad. Like, it was this little tiny thing, and I've literally just like left it to do its own thing. Boom. It's like this big. It's taken up the entire raised bed. Impressive. Right, let's see where I am. What's this? Well, I wondered this too, about like the things not showing up, because like I don't know if it's just because I watch YouTube a lot. I think maybe it's different for different people. If I see a channel hasn't posted for a while, or like I'll just be sitting. For instance, you should watch them, by the way, if you haven't already. I was literally sitting watching YouTube the other day, and I thought, I've not seen anything from Overlanding Sophia in months. Like, where are they? I hope they're okay. And then I went onto my subscription feed, and I realized that they genuinely hadn't posted in months, but they have just posted a new video and they're coming back again. So if you like van content, Overlanding Sophia, their old videos are really, really good. Just a plug for another channel that I really enjoy. But like, I always check my subscription feed, so it's really useful. If you are on a TV, I know for definite, I'm not sure for other things, if there's a red dot next to somebody's picture on your subscription feed, that means they have a video that you haven't seen yet. So just a heads up if this starts happening with anybody else's content, because I know a few people that I watch so far that this has happened to, where it's like all of a sudden their content, nobody is seeing it. Look out for the little red dot, because it'll tell you. Right. I live next door to a witch. I'm one too, but whatever her workings are, they slip into my living room and drain me. I try different types of protection spells, but they get eroded fast. Ooh, interesting. Okay, I am going to throw another idea out there. Okay, it's not going to be for everybody, but it's an idea, okay? Servitor. Because you are going to be able to feed the servitor with the energy of the workings as one option. So, okay, my brain is thinking too fast for my words. So the problem that you're going to have here is that you have a practitioner that is consistently carrying out workings, and the energy of those workings is repeatedly either infringing on your personal space or is draining energy from you to add into that working, which means that they aren't grounding their energy and drawing it up from the land. They're instead using energy from the environment around them, which is then taking energy from your environment. So it's one of those two options. If you have an idea of like, okay, how do I describe this? If you can tell whether they are adding energy or taking it away, that's going to be really, really useful. I know that this question was posted a while ago, so you might not know, but if you have any idea of which way round that is, that's going to massively help in this. So, okay, either their energy is so strong it is encroaching on your space, in which case you are going to need a really, really strong wall that is going to stop that energy from passing through it. So you're going to be wanting a strong, long-term protection style working along the boundary. So in which case you might want to, if they're separate properties, you might want to be doing a general boundary protection spell, perhaps linked to a celestial event like a full moon, so it recharges itself every single time. So you would be connecting it to a physical anchor that you then root into the ground that is linked to a celestial event like the full moon, so that it can consistently be replenishing itself. Now, the one downside of this is if they are a practitioner and they see it, they are probably going to know what it is, and depending on what their intentions are, they may then remove it if it's going to be inhibiting what it is that they want to achieve. You can, if it is just like a connecting wall, like if you live in a semi-detached property or whatever, or just generally if there's one wall of your property that you feel like all of that energy is coming through, sigils, protection spells on the walls, could be back of picture frames, the backs of mirrors, it could be drawn on the walls in a eraser, because I know that every single time I say rubber, Americans go bonkers. So that it's kind of marked on the wall, but it's not super duper visible. You'll be able to see it a little bit, and it will affect how paint goes over it. So if you do want to paint the walls, you're gonna have to sand it off and then paint over it. But that's one way of doing it. What else do we have here? So this is for the encroachment of energy. Servitor, though, is probably going to be your best bet with this one, because you are going to be able to task them with taking their own food, basically. So you're going to be creating a servitor, a thought form, a man-made spirit whose sole job is to be consuming the energy that passes through that boundary into your property from them. So you aren't going to be encroaching on them. So you aren't taking anything from over that boundary, but anything your side of the boundary is fair game. If they don't want that to be taken, they should keep their energy to themselves, right? So that servitor is going to be fed on the excess energy from them that is coming across onto your property. So they are sustaining themselves by completing the job that you have requested for them to do. So that's one way of doing it. Now, there are other styles of workings that you can carry out. So someone said here that mirrors. So how do I best describe it? So I have a mirror here. So I'll use this one as a fitting example. Okay. So I have a mirror here. So you could take a mirror like this and have it facing the wall so that you're getting the back of it like this in your space. And on the front of it, you might want to be putting the sigils that are going to be for protection. Alternatively, on the face of that mirror, you could be putting a sigil that is a reversal sigil. Now, this is, I'm not going to say it's a common technique, because it's just something that I have found useful in my own practice, is that if I have a mirror on the wall and I'm noticing there's a lot of unusual activity is coming from it, or coming through it, but I don't want to turn it around, I will use a sigil for reversal that essentially bounces everything off the back of the mirror out again. I don't know if that makes any sense. So because the mirrors can act as liminal space, things can pass through the mirror, including the energy that is coming from through from next door. And so by putting a reversal sigil on the mirror, any energy that's going to be passing through that mirror is going to be bouncing back. It can't get through the glass. So the mirror isn't locked because you can still send things through the mirror out the back, but anything that comes through it is going to go back off the front, back into it again. Honestly, it's a difficult one without knowing the way round it is. So that's if there's energy coming through the wall. What I suspect is actually happening, though, potentially, obviously, I don't know the full story, but based off the wording in this question, which is that it drains me and it erodes protection spells, that to me is saying this isn't excess energy that's coming into that space. What's actually probably happening here is they are not using sufficient energy that they are gathering and consuming themselves. So in order to power their workings, they are taking the energy from the environment around them to drive it into a spell. Now, they might not be doing this intentionally. They might be doing this completely accidentally and have no idea what they're doing. They just know that it works for them. But what is essentially happening would be that they are pulling energy in towards them. So think of a black hole. Everything around them is being pulled into their orbit and it's breaking things apart. So your protection workings usually are designed to keep things out. So they are constantly pushing out while something else is pushing in. But if they are drawing too much energy, they are literally pulling your protection working away from itself. They are literally disintegrating that working because your protection spell isn't meant to stop itself from being pulled away. It is meant to stop things from going in. So I hope that makes sense. And then once your protection workings are being picked apart by this energy, once it gets through those protection spells, you are then the biggest source of energy that it can get to. And so it starts draining your energy. And so this is then going to need to be a different approach again. Because if you then have a servitor, the servitor is then one of the biggest sources of energy and you're just going to have to keep remaking that servitor. So in this instance, it would be probably one of two options here. If you can have a conversation with them, that would be super useful. And probably the most effective outcome for this is to say, hey, I don't want to backseat witch your practice, but I just want to let you know, if you aren't already aware, that your requirement for energy and spells is taking it from me. And would you be able to find a different technique that could allow you to still work the high energy that you are, but without it draining my personal energy? Obviously, I would recommend wording that differently, but that's kind of the easy solution. If they are grounding and drawing up energy from the earth, they are not going to need to be taking your energy or the energy of your protections because they're going to have a sufficient amount. But if they aren't doing that, then they are pulling things in from other places. The alternative is to create an energetic decoy large enough that it is what is drawing the energy from instead of you. This is going to involve a substantial amount of energy in one place. So I would recommend something like a piece of quartz. It doesn't have to be a really expensive, fancy, quartz pyramid or something. A block of rock quartz, right? A block of rock quartz that is charged all of the time. I mean, every full moon, that quartz gets put out. Every day when the sun is shining, that quartz gets put out. any excess energy that you have from a working, instead of returning it to the earth, funnel it into this piece of quartz. If you have a servitor that can collect excess energy for you, fantastic. Get them to take what they need for energy and then funnel the rest of it into that quartz. And then keep that quartz in your property close to the border so that if they end up draining energy again, it goes from the biggest source around. And if you can fill that quartz with enough energy, then they are going to draw that from this rather than anything else. I think that's probably the most effective way. I know that some people are saying like spells against, but the problem with that situation is they might have absolutely no idea that they are doing this. And especially people who haven't had any, I don't want to use the phrase like formal training, because you don't need formal training, but if you have not, if you have basically gone into your magical practice in a trial and error way, what can sometimes happen is that whilst the outcome that you have created works, it isn't necessarily done in a way that is beneficial, and sometimes it's a very long-winded, convoluted way of doing it. Taking energy from the environment can be incredibly effective, and if it's effective and it works for you and you don't realize that it is negatively affecting other people, you're probably not going to realize that you're not going to want to do it anymore. So if possible, having the conversation could be really useful, because it just kind of lets them know of like, hey, I don't know if you realize it, because a lot of people, they just don't know it, especially if they've not practiced near other people before. Because if you are, say, just an average person with no experience in witchcraft, you might feel strange symptoms, but you wouldn't necessarily know the cause in order to let them know. Whereas if you've practiced around other practitioners, you can really quickly pick up on like, oh, hey, your energy is really weird right now. You can kind of pick up on it and let the other person know. And so, yeah, I would say before going in for like baneful style practice, a conversation could be just really useful to start with, just to kind of let them know in case they don't already know, because they might not. Right. So I'm going to answer this one here because it's here and I know that I will lose it if I don't answer it now, which is baneful magic bad, and will you have to pay a price for it? I actually have an entire video that's coming out soon which is going to be on like positive and negative magic, so I'm not going to go too deep into this. But yes, baneful magic is magic that can have a negative influence on other people or other situations, right? Sliding scale, right? That's the main point of the video that's going to be coming out. You won't necessarily pay a price for it, but it does come with issues that other workings maybe wouldn't. And how do I best describe this without basically giving you the entire video now? Is there is no such thing as purely good and purely bad. Everything is on this scale somewhere, right? But the more we target individual people, the more opportunity there is for them to send something back at us. The more we target individual people, the more potential there is that we will hit protections that are not going to allow the working to be carried out. And depending on who or what you're working with for a particular working, that can come with its own risks. And that goes both ways too. Like, I want to emphasize this. If you're aiming a positive working at somebody who doesn't know you're going to be doing it, they might react to that automatically, that energy influx, without realizing that you have positive intentions, and you might still end up having issues. So it's not that one is going to give you more problems necessarily than the other, but baneful magic is considered less neutral. Let's put it that way. It isn't necessarily evil because it's a sliding scale, but it would fall in the camp of less positive than neutral. Okay, where am I? I am... Oh God, where am I? Have you ever heard of Marie Laveau and what she practiced? Yes, I have. I really enjoy looking into these big hitters in the magical community and the people that have had great influence over the magical community as a whole, and Marie Laveau is one of those. And I always find them very interesting because everybody has such different backgrounds and such different styles, but they all have such a big part to play in the modern practices that are carried out around the world. I always think it's really interesting. So at the minute, I'm like deep diving into a whole bunch of other people as well to like look into their history a little bit more, because I just find it so cool. Like, I love learning about the things that came before. Have you ever played Wildflowers? It's such a cute, cozy witchcraft game. I haven't, but it is on my list of games that I really want to get. I am just going through so many games at the minute, and my computer only has so much space. I still haven't finished my first playthrough of Baldur's Gate. That's how long it takes me to play games, because I do every single side quest in every single game, and it takes me a really long time. So at the minute, my obsession is with dinosaurs. So obviously I'm playing every dinosaur game that I can find that isn't horror, because I'm a wuss and I will cry. But once I'm kind of in my cozy game, like Tales of the Shire is coming out at the end of July, and you know that I'm going to be playing it because it looks amazing. Once I'm kind of done with that, then I'll probably move on to something like Wildflowers, because it's been on my list for a long time. Right, let's have a look-see. Any tips to help with anxiety when it comes to witchcraft? So are we talking anxiety that is related to the craft? Or is it witchcraft to help with anxiety as a whole? Let me know whichever one it is if you can, because that's really going to change the answer. Oh, no, it jumped. Oh, no. Right. Where am I? I am somewhere over here. Somewhere. Okay, let's go with this one. I love your monthly upcoming book videos. On some... People are commenting helpful reviews of the books you talked about. How are you finding people to review the books that you're mentioning? Oh, I'm not. I just asked people a few months ago, because a lot of the books, you'll notice that they come up in 2 videos. So they'll be in one, usually in America they release first, and then in the rest of the world they'll release second. And I know that a lot of my viewers are avid readers, and they're very quick readers too, quicker than I could ever be. And so I just asked people, like in the videos a couple months ago, if you read any of the books, just post a comment about what you thought about it, what your style of practice is, like what you liked and what you didn't like. And people just started doing it, and I really appreciate it, because I am kind of on a no buy at the minute. There are things that are going to be on my to be read pile and wish list. So it's really useful, I think, to get active real world reviews on books. So yeah, that's just how it happened. People are just really, really helpful, and I just really don't want people to be buying books for the sake of buying them, because been there, done that. It's a lot of money to get some of these books, especially the more expensive ones. And if somebody else is already going to get it anyway and they're willing to post a review, it does just help the community as a whole. So I think it's really lovely when those comments come in, just because I think it's helpful to let people know, like, here is something you might want to take note of that they didn't put in the blurb of the book, or whatever. I think it's really beneficial. I love reading them as well, like the comments, because they massively help. Right. There's a lot of clairaudience questions today. Do you think that clairaudience is inherited? I think that it certainly can be, because you often find that empathy And psychic abilities in general tend to run in families. So if you have a grandmother who could see spirits, then you may well also be able to see spirits too. It's not that you can't it's not that you can't learn it without being inherited, but it's definitely easier if it's inherited. So you might find that if family members have said to you that they've experienced like visual sightings, then that might be something that you want to look into more than clairaudience, and vice versa. Right, I am somewhere here. How do you feel about using substances to reach altered states of consciousness for spell work? Personally, not for me. Not my thing at all. If you give me sugar, I'm already hyper enough as it is. I don't want to be dealing with anything else. I think that they can be beneficial for some people in certain circumstances. And I'm going to word this very carefully because I know a lot of people want permission to behave in a potentially dangerous way if it means that they can achieve their end goal quicker. I hope that makes sense. I'm having to like triple check everything I'm saying before I'm saying that, because I don't want to be like, oh, people who do this shouldn't do this, because that's not what I'm saying. But there is a very small group of people who want to skip the hard work that comes from trance-like states and are willing to go to extreme and very dangerous lengths in order to do that. And I don't want to be promoting anything like that to anybody. Substances in varying forms have been used to achieve altered states of consciousness for thousands of years. Mugwort can help achieve such a state, as well as other less commonly found things that are more illegal in a lot of places. And I think it's really important to remember that these things are not a requirement. They are not something that you have to use. And I would recommend not using them unless you are in an environment where it is legal, where it is controlled, where it is safe, and where there are other people around who can look out for you. Altered states of consciousness are something that can be achieved alone with binaural beats, with rhythmic drumming, with dance, with just music that is designed to elicit a trance-like state. And it comes with time and it comes with practice. It's not always the easiest thing to do, so I can understand why people would like to kind of skip ahead. But whatever you do, make sure that it is legal, make sure that you are staying safe. That is so unbelievably important. And know that if you don't want to be using anything like that, you don't need to. It's not a requirement. It is something that some people will choose to use, but you definitely don't have to. Okay, I hope that made sense. I hope that covered all of the bases. We'll see. But yeah, it does worry me because even on like the Mandrake video that I did a couple of years ago, I had people being like, so what is the dose that I need to do this? I'm like, no! Mandrake is one of the most dangerous plants in the world. No! Stop it! Like, for goodness sake, it's like some people just have absolutely zero risk assessment, and it scares me. I am so risk adverse though, that's the thing. It's like, I am so risk adverse, and like, I want other people to be safe too. And it's like some people, if you tell them to jump into a boiling hot pot of lava, they will do it for the thrill. Crazy people. They scare me sometimes. Right, where am I? I am... Okay, let's have a look-see here. Would you agree that connections to triangles, spirals, pentagrams, shapes in witchcraft, because they represent deities, chemical elements for spells, and life cycles? I feel like there's definitely a part 1 to this somewhere that I have missed, clearly. I don't think that necessarily being drawn to these things is because of the connection to witchcraft, like inherently. Mostly because a lot of the symbols that are connected with deities and with spirits and witchcraft haven't always been connected with spirits, deities, or witchcraft. I think the pentagram is a really good example of this. We see it being used for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and it's been linked... Oh, police. It's been linked to so many different religious beliefs, formal religions as well as spiritualities. I mean, for 1,000 years it was associated with Christianity. And so by the same token, 1,000 years ago, if you were to, I mean, maybe not exactly 1,000 years, but it was associated with Christianity for hundreds of years. If you were to go back to a point in time where the pentagram was associated with Christianity, you could therefore say that if somebody is drawn to the pentagram, then they are innately drawn to Christianity as a whole. I think that there's definitely something to be said about being connected to the meaning behind the symbols, but because symbols are a construct of human culture and they are consistently changing and shifting and adapting, I think it's perhaps more about what those symbols represent to you that draws people in rather than what they mean as a whole. Like, I have a video that I think I'm planning on filming tomorrow that is all about how the perception of witchcraft and witchcraft symbols is very different to different people. And I think this is kind of a good example of it, especially with the pentagram, because it has been used by so many people, so many cultures, so many religions, that really, when we're talking about the pentagram, its meaning changes so dramatically based off who you're talking to. I mean, it represents the 5 wounds of Christ. It represents the connection of human body to consciousness. It represents the 4 elements in Wicca, the protection in witchcraft, so many different things. This is why the protection symbol, I think, is so interesting, and why symbols in general, I think, are really, really fascinating, because they have so many different meanings over time. Oh, okay. While I have a pretty good foundation of knowledge about magic, I don't really know where to start. I desire to put what I know to use, but I don't know where to start. So I'm going to assume here that we've kind of covered like the foundational practices here. So in which case, it's very much then about deciding which avenue of witchcraft we want to be looking into. Because the beginner books will tell you, especially something like Psychic Witch, they'll tell you like how to work with your energy, how to develop your senses. And it's useful, really useful, but they don't give you that much direction, right? So when it comes to spells and rituals, it's going to be about finding a style that you really like and then implementing it in a way that is beneficial to your life. So generally speaking, if you don't have something that you want to achieve, like money or love or luck or good fortune or, something, protection magic is a really good place to start, because it gives us the opportunity to test out different styles of practice to see what works best for us. And as long as the protection that you're doing is similar to one another, so say protection for the home, you can layer them on top of one another without one necessarily clashing or butting heads with the other. And it means that you can try multiple different things to see where your particular skills lie. Because I think that's the thing. We might have a lot of information in here, but we don't actually know until we try it which styles in practice we're actually going to be better at. So you might want to try something with candle magic. You might want to try something that's more tactile, maybe something with green witchcraft. You might want to try something like astral projection or doing your spells and rituals in an inner temple, because then you're not going to need all of the items that you might have in the physical world. If you have like a good overarching knowledge of the craft, it's then just about maybe not diving in, but getting into the kiddie pool. You know, giving something a go. And protection magic is a really good place to start, because if it doesn't work, oh well, it doesn't work. We'll try something else. If it doesn't work in the way that you expected, well, it's not going to do too much harm because it's just a protection style working. If you don't really like the style of it, then that's fine. You can just try something different and it will just layer on top of the one that you've already done. It's a very safe bet for that trial and error starting stage. It is just about figuring out what it is that you want to be dropping yourself into. Is it candle magic? Is it elemental witchcraft? Is it storm magic, sea witchcraft? Do you want to work with deities, maybe spirits? Do you want to work with planets and planetary bodies, or are you more of a green practitioner? Do you want to work with solar energy or lunar energy? And just trialing and erroring the hell out of it and seeing what you like and seeing what you don't. Right. I am somewhere. Have you ever been pixie-led or pisky-led, depending on like where you are? I have definitely experienced the aimless wandering that comes with it. Now, I would never say that it is as bad as being pisky-led, mostly because, well, even if you're pisky-led, you're still able to consciously stop. It's just usually it happens to people that are already in a desperate situation, and therefore it makes it worse. Okay, I feel like I need to backpedal. So pisky-led or pixie-led, depending on where you are in the world, is a phenomena that has occurred for hundreds, arguably thousands of years, where individual people, usually travelers, as in like people who were traveling from one location to another, would end up led on a wild goose chase, essentially, by the fair folk. Usually, but not always, this would come with other phenomena. So they might be in the middle of a woodland and they are struggling to find their way. They are desperate to get to the next village, and they see a lantern bobbing in and out of the trees, and they think, oh my goodness, another person, thank goodness, I can finally talk to somebody and ask where I am. Maybe they know how to get where I need to go. Or, thank goodness, I found a path, that person must be walking on a path. And so they begin to follow the light that they see as it wanders through the trees. What they don't realize is that that isn't a person. It's not a human being, and it's not a lantern. They're being pisky-led. It's essentially like a will-o-wisp, but will-o-wisps are usually blue. These lights can change colour. Sometimes, more often than not, they're yellow, like a standard flame. And they're essentially leading you potentially to your death. When we're talking about travelling through boggy woodland at night in the 14th century, you're looking at an environment that was incredibly dangerous. And if you stepped on the wrong thing and you got sucked into that bog, there was no one around to get you out. We're also talking about a time period that commonly had wolves roaming around wild in England. And so you could very easily end up being pisky-led into your own death. Now, it's not just lanterns, though. It's not just these lights. Sometimes people hear their name being called. Usually it's by somebody in the group that they are walking with. So if they've gotten lost off a trail and they're walking with a group of friends, they'll hear their name being called by one of their friends, but it's in like the opposite direction of where all their friends are. And the goal is to lead you on a wild goose chase through the forest and get you lost by pretending to be somebody that they're not. This could also be somebody crying. This could be somebody calling out for help. And it feels like you are constantly walking towards the person that is crying out for help, but you're never getting any closer to them. And it feels like every time you think it's to your right, you walk to your right, and then suddenly the noise is coming from your left, and you head to the left, and then before you know it, you have no idea where you are. It's a really scary phenomena. And yeah, it is seen in a lot of 411 missing cases as well in America. It's seen really commonly all around the world. It's referred to as different things, but here it's commonly pisky lead. And the cure for this has historically always been to turn a piece of clothing inside out. So you would take your jacket off, you would turn it inside out, and you would put it on inside out. And it's still fairly common in rural areas if people are traveling alone to walk with one glove inside out or a sock that's inside out so that they don't get pixie lead. I've experienced this to a degree, but as I mentioned kind of before I dived into the information about it, historically it was a lot harder to avoid because like now if you're walking in a park or a woodland or a national park in the UK, there's a lot of people there. You know, it isn't a quiet environment. The population is massive by comparison. Whereas if we're talking 300, 400 years ago, you could be walking around the British countryside and you could be walking from one village to another and you wouldn't see another person. And they didn't have phones that they could track their friends on or use maps. They didn't have GPS. Like, it was so much easier. So I have had it where I have felt a draw to go down certain paths and it goes on and on and on and on. And then before you know it, you end up in a place that you don't recognize. You don't know how to get back. You've got yourself turned around. It's really scary. But now we have phones. You can call your friend and say, hey, I don't know where I am. Can you come and find me? Or you can use what 3 words? You know, that great system now that has been set up so that wherever you are, I'm pretty certain in the entire world, you can go on what 3 words and it will give you 3 words that will perfectly describe your location to emergency services. So at any point, you can tell people where you are. GPS, satellite phones, it makes it a lot easier. So whilst I have been pisky led, it is nowhere near as dangerous as it has been in the past. And usually it is, it's something that you can recognize as happening now. Like, if you're hearing your friend's voice in the woods, you can just go, hey, are you shouting at me from the other side of the wood? And your friend can go, no. And then you know not to go in that direction. You know, it's usually spirits, especially pixies, trying to play with you, mess with you, torment you a little bit. Okay, let's have a look. What's this one? Have you tried doing astral body projection or had any astral body experience? What are your thoughts on that? I think that this and magic are connected as it's all about energy. I have, yeah. So astral projection is something that I have done since I was a wee child. Completely accidentally, I want to emphasize here. This is not me being like, oh my god, I was just so gifted as a child. No, it was scary as hell and I had no idea what was happening. It was one of those where it was like, only later did I realize that what was happening was astral projection. And I think that happens with a lot of people. Like, they think that their dreams are suddenly very strange, or they get this like one dream that's like totally different from all of the others. And it stays with them and they feel really uncomfortable about it and they can't figure out why. And it's only later when they start learning about witchcraft that they go, oh, I think I had an out-of-body experience. And it's that kind of after effect, to the point where I have a video on astral projection versus dreaming, because I've met so many people who don't realize that some of the dreams that they're having are actually astral projection. I know that it is deeply connected to witchcraft and magic, deeply so. And it is what many people consider to be the cause of many of the experiences in the witch trial period. And I think this topic in itself is absolutely fascinating because it completely changes your perspective on the accounts that we see during that early modern witch craze. It gives us a totally different understanding of why people were so scared and what people were talking about. Now, this is a topic I absolutely love, so I will go into this. I will go into this because I love talking about this. So when we read like the accounts of the witch trials, and you hear stories of such and such a person came into my bedroom as a rat and they did this, or such and such a person came to me whilst I was sleeping and performed this on me, or such and such a person travelled here to do this with the devil. You know, we hear these over and over and over again. And it's very difficult when you're looking at it from a modern perspective to understand why these things were so fearful. Like why were people so scared of it? Because it's just astral projection, it's just a spirit, it's just this. But during this time period, the waking life was not seen as being the only real life. Instead, and if you want like more books on this topic, I would recommend A Deed Without a Name by Lee Morgan. This book goes into it a lot and it's really, really good. The idea that being awake is the only real world wasn't something that people understood. Dreams were just as real as waking life. And when people are astral projecting, often they are engaging with somebody's sleeping existence. So you would have a lot of accounts of people saying, this person came to me in a dream and they carried out this, therefore they're a witch. If we came forward with that today, somebody would say, oh, did you eat cheese before bed again? You know to get off your phone. You have crazy dreams. Whereas during this time period, the sleeping world was as significant, as real as waking life. And so then when you start rereading the accounts, you're like, oh, actually, these start making a lot more sense as to why people were really, really concerned. This person came to me in a dream as a rat. That's real to them. That is 1,000% real. The things that happened in that dream happened to them, and they are also things that were illegal. And therefore, you could prosecute someone over something that happened in a dream whilst they were astral projecting. It was often known as, it's still known as spirit flight. So people would fly to the Sabbath to meet with the devil. That doesn't necessarily mean that they physically flew on broomsticks to the Sabbath. It's spiritual flight. It's that astral traversion. And this is why I think a lot of people separated themselves from astral projection a lot. Like, you often see that within certain branches of Wicca, if you ask about spirit flight or astral projection, it's, oh, we don't do that. And I've noticed that a lot of traditional witches and a lot of folk witches do actively engage in it. And it's something that is deeply ingrained in practices like hedge witchcraft. You have so many people who carry out hedge riding, which is just another term for astral projection, as a core part of their practice. Whereas certain branches that have kind of separated themselves away from the history of witchcraft tend to also separate themselves from astral projection. I think it's a really cool topic, and I have enjoyed most of my astral projections. The earlier ones, I was projecting into the physical plane. So one of my earliest kind of witchcraft memories, and I remember telling people about it at school, and people just looked at me like I was bonkers, was I vividly remember most nights I would be lying in bed, and I've always been a night person, right? Always. I'd be lying in bed at my parents' house, and I would not really be wanting to go to sleep. And so I got to a point where if I had like a certain process that I would go through, and now I can't remember what the process was, but I remember I would do the same thing, and I remember floating down the stairs. Like, I would go from the top of the stairs to the bottom of the stairs without touching the stairs. And I would go and I would sit just inside the living room door so I could watch what my parents were watching on TV. And like the next day I would have full memory of like what I'd watched and everything. And I just remember going to school one day and telling people, you know, why don't you just do this? And they were like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, you just do this, and then you can do this, and then you can do that. And they're looking at me like I'm absolutely insane. And I never mentioned it to anybody after that point. And I kept doing it for years and years, where you could just travel around, you could listen to what people were saying, you could watch the TV, you could just go places, and it was just something you could do. And it was only when I started learning about hedge witchcraft that I realized that it had a name, and it was astral projection. And then when you start talking to people, you realize that other people have had the same experience, and you can do it on command. Like, it is something that you can learn to do. I've not done it in so long on command, I don't find it easy to do. I can do it accidentally, and I still do it accidentally, but I very often can't drop into it like I used to. Like, I used to be able to, like, literally drop into astral projection because I was so well versed at doing it. Now, I really, really struggle to do it manually. I end up doing it totally by accident. And the times when I've done it totally by accident are the occasions where I've had arguably the worst experiences. I'm talking being eaten alive by wolves. I'm talking bringing things back with me again, because obviously I wasn't intending to do it. And so, like, when I snapped back, I ended up bringing things back with me again. But yeah, it's one of those where I really need to dive into it again and see if I can get to the point where I can do it on command. Essentially, you set yourself into it's like a trance-like state where you are loosening up your astral energetic form from your physical body. And that's something that takes time, and it takes practice. And some people can do it like that, and some people it takes decades. And once you've loosened the connection between your astral and your physical body, you're able to, like, step out of your physical body and traverse the astral plane. This might be close to home, this might be elsewhere. I find that when I was doing it purposefully, it was astral projection on this plane. When it was astral projection that I've done accidentally, I go to the astral plane elsewhere. I am somewhere else. It is not the physical world. It is somewhere other. And I always find that interesting, that when I'm doing it by default, I go somewhere else. And it's a very obvious thing for me when that happens. The dreams when I wake up in the morning are different. The experiences are different. I'll be honest, it has been 15 years and I still vividly remember the feeling of being eaten alive by wolves. It's one of those where it doesn't feel like a dream. It's very much a lived experience. That's kind of the main distinction that I can give between the two. And it's something I definitely need to practice again. I need to get to that point like when I was a child to be able to do it, because it was so effortless. I mean, one of the books that I have on the subject is called Astral Projection by Dennings and Phillips. It's definitely still in print. Mine's an old cover. But I've read that, and that's an interesting one. I don't think, though, that any book is perfect on astral projection, because a lot of the time it's something that is very trial and error. Some people have very, very different styles to how I would do it. For me, it would just be entering into this, like, trance-like state. But for other people, they would have to do, like, they would need this tea, and they need this bit of music, and they need to do this at this time, and they need to be positioned in this way. Like, it's a very specific thing for them. So it's very much trial and error. But the book I do have is Astral Projection by Dennings and Phillips. I'll actually see if I can grab it, or see if I can find it, should I say. Let's have a look-see. What do we have here? A. Oh, there's also this one. That's one. Okay. I don't know where the art and practice of astral projection is. Oh wait, here's a different one. This isn't the art. This isn't the. Wait, I'm gonna have to double check this. I think it's called The Art and Practice of Astral Projection by Dennings and Phillips. I'm not even just joking. On my homepage, I just got notified of a news article about the paranormal investigator with Annabelle. I just got a thing for it. Oh, okay, so there is a book called, okay, I'm merging the two things together. So the one with Dennings and Phillips is called The Practical Guide to Astral Projection. That's by Denning and Phillips. That's a good book. I have enjoyed it. The Art and Practice of Astral Projection is actually this one by O'Feel. Now, I think this one is still in print. I'm not sure. I think it's still in print. I'm sure I've seen it. It has a different cover. I think it has a brown cover. It's got like a brownie colour cover with like colours in the middle. This is the old cover. But those are the two that I have in my collection. I have others that I really like, but I can never, in good faith, recommend them because they are no longer in print. And while I think they are phenomenal books, I don't think it's that suitable for me to be recommending books that might be crazy, crazy expensive, because that's what happens with out of print books. So yeah, those ones are interesting, but I do think that first and foremost, astral projection is a very personal experience. So I would always recommend, I know, plugging my own thing again, checking out the video about astral projection versus dreams, because you might find that you assume that you have never astral projected, but you actually have. And once you know what it feels like, that makes it so much easier to then drop into that again, because you know what to expect. So that's really useful just to figure it out. If you have never astral projected, then you're really starting from the ground up. But if you have inadvertently, that puts you like a step above. More sirens. What is going on tonight? Goodness. Right, let's have a look-see just while I'm here. Could it be remembering aspects of past lives? No. You can definitely have dreams that are remembering aspects of past lives. But with astral projection, it is very distinctly different. It is like, I don't really know how to describe it. With past life regression, you are usually, and especially with things like dreams and stuff, you usually are placed into you during that time period, in my experience anyway. So say for instance, if I were a servant in an Edwardian townhouse, I don't know, or Georgian townhouse, let's say, I'm a servant, right? So if I were to have a dream where I was regressing into a past life, I would be in my dream doing everything that I would have been doing in a past life. I would look in the mirror and see the person that I was in a past life. I would respond to my name being called. I would have all of the lived experiences of the person that I was in that past life. And then when I wake up, you feel weird as hell because you feel like your life isn't real, because for that dream, you were in a past life where that past life was real. And for a while, you feel a little bit like out of it because you're trying to piece together which is your life now and which was your life before, and it can get really strange. And so that to me is very different than the experiences I have with astral projection. With astral projection, I am me. I'm fully aware of who I am in this existence. And instead, I have been thrown somewhere other. So in the same set of kind of astral projections, I was in a place that I recognized, but it was different. And I was me, and everybody else was them that I could see being around, but there were other things there. It's really, really weird, the difference between the two, in my experience anyway. So you can't astral project into the past, because you are just astral projecting into the astral plane. So you are separating out of here and you are coming around everywhere else, right? Ooh, exciting. So you are present in the timeline, you're just in a different plane. It's like a layer that's squished on top. But you can definitely have past life regression dreams. And some people will have them vividly, to the point where they have so many of them that it's like they are living two lives at the same time, because they're in their past life almost as often as they're in their physical life, which can make people feel really unsettled and they just don't like it. Right. Oh, do you practice kitchen witchery? Nope. Nope. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I just have to stop this right here. Just because I've seen here. Tangent, I know. So people are saying about like books on astral projection, just before I forget. Where is it? Is it necessary to read 3 or more books on astral projection, or will just a couple be enough? Just a couple, totally fine. A lot of people will never have to read a book on astral projection. They'll just pick it up from videos and blogs and the stuff. And then somebody said, Mary Silver has a great book. I just want to give people kind of a heads up. If you don't already know, I'm not going to go like super into it or anything, but we're pretty certain at this point that Mary Silver is AI generated. They aren't a real person. They have put out like 500 books in like a year. It's like, I don't think it's physically possible for anybody to write that many books. And people who have read a lot of the books have said that the information, a lot of it is taken from other sources, and it very much seems like they are AI generated, because they are talking about every single topic in witchcraft ever as an authority on it, when no person could ever know every aspect of every topic on witchcraft ever. And so it's just a bit of a heads up that they are very, very prevalent on Amazon as an Amazon bestseller. They have thousands of 5-star reviews. But if they are AI generated, they are stealing their information from legitimate authors and practitioners and making massive amounts of profit out of it. So just a bit of a heads up. I'm not like 100% on it, but I just don't want anybody. I made the same mistake. I read the Bridget book by Mary Silver, and it was everybody else that let me know. They were like, hey, just a heads up, you might want to check this author out. And having looked at their list, I mean, I'm just gonna bring it up really quick. All books. How many books are there? Will it actually tell me? There are 596 books published by this author. 596. Even the most prolific writers on earth, I don't think have ever published 500, nearly 600 books in 4 years. So I'm not going to say it's alleged. Okay, it's allegedly. I do not know for certain. Please do not take my word for it. I do not want to be sued. Okay, please. Just be careful out there. Okay? Just be careful out there, because it's a minefield. Okay. Right. Right. Where am I? I am somewhere. Oh, kitchen witchcraft. That's where I was. So, I love the idea of kitchen witchcraft, right? I really, really love it, okay? I am not a good cook. Well, okay, no, I am improving. I watch a lot of Sorted Food. If you do not know who Sorted Food are, check them out. They're a British cooking channel on YouTube. And they have an app. I'm not affiliated with them in any way. I know that it sounds like it, but I promise I'm not. They have an app called Sidekick, right? And it teaches you recipes. And I ended up getting the app because cookbooks to me are pointless. I'm so picky with what I eat that I could maybe get like 2 recipes out of a cookbook and then the rest of the book would be wasted. So I ended up getting the Sorted Food app, and now I can cook better than ever before. I've cooked some really, really good meals. And so I'm kind of getting there. Like, I feel like once I get to the point where I can consistently make good food, at that point, I think then I will start adding kind of more magic into my cooking a little bit. Like going in with different herbs and seasonings for different intentions. I think that at the minute, I'm not there yet. I love baking though. Like, I really like baking because it's like science. Like, you measure all of the ingredients meticulously and you add them all in and you do all the things and you get it out, right? But cooking is something that I have always done because I've had to do it. So I genuinely, if you are like me, I am not affiliated with them in any way, shape or form. Okay, I'm not, I promise. I don't get paid for any of this. But if you are like me and you really struggle with being a picky eater, not being able to find recipes, and you want to learn how to cook, I have found the Sidekick app to be really, really useful. And it might help anybody out there who also struggles. Because like the red pepper harissa mascarpone pasta is incredible. It's so good. And I eat it all of the time. It's amazing. So yeah, I'll get there eventually. Like, I think with the baking, it's easier. And so in like the Sabbath videos and stuff, I try to incorporate a lot more baking into them because I find it really enjoyable. Like, there's just something about it that's just so satisfying. So I need to get back into that a little bit more. And maybe if you want to see the journey, I might make some like kitchen witch vlogs of like my journey into kitchen witchcraft and like trying different things. Because at the minute, I'm new to it. I'm still learning how to use a not stainless steel, aluminium pan in the kitchen. I'm at that point. I have yet to figure it out. I've watched every video under the sun of like, you've got to wait for it to be a certain temperature, and then you've got to drop water in the surface, and you've got to wait for it to form like one ball that like spins around. Can you tell I'm a perfectionist? Because I've literally watched like 15 videos on this. And I have a gas hob, which is hot as hell, and I can never get it to work. So maybe I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, actually, you know what? Maybe we could learn together. Maybe I could do some like kitchen witch vlogs, and we could learn kitchen witchcraft together. And like, you can learn a little bit alongside me with the things that I learn, and then in the comment section, you can teach me with stuff. I think that could actually be really cool because like, I'm just starting my journey into like really trying to be good at cooking. Yeah, that's what I mean. Baking for me is similar to ritual. It's witchcraft meets science. I can follow the steps easier. Cooking on the other hand is much more freelance. I cook by mood versus recipe. Yeah, that's my problem, totally. I have the exact same thing. Like, I know that if I want to make a cake, I follow the recipe exactly and I will make a cake. But they're always like, in cooking recipes, they're like seasoned to taste. But what does that mean? What does that mean? Because like, I don't like salt. I don't put salt in anything, and yet everybody else that I cook for is like, this needs salt in it. I'm like, but I don't like salt. If anybody puts salt on my food, I'm throwing it in their face. I'm sorry. It's no. Get it off me. Get it off. I don't want it. But everybody else loves salt, so they're always like seasoned to taste. Or like, the worst one for me, I know this is a tangent, but the worst one for me is taste as you're cooking it. What? It's not cooked yet. Why would I taste it if it's not cooked yet? I'm a recovering germaphobe and a emetophobe. I'm sorry. I can't be tasting something if it's not finished cooking yet. That's my brain freaking out there, because I do struggle with that kind of stuff. But like, you watch all these things and they're like, oh, just taste it while you eat it. Like, taste it as you're making it. No, I'll taste it when it's done, when it's on my plate. And then I'll figure out if it's nice or not. Do you put spices in your food? I do a lot. I have a lot of seasoning in all of my food, and I go off smell. I am like a bloodhound all of the time. If there is a smell that could be smelled, I will smell it. So I never taste anything. I go off smell. I can tell if something is going to be spicy or not based off how it's going to smell. And that's how I do it, just because I'm paranoid. I don't even cook meat either. I'm literally just doing this with like tomato sauce. I'm like, no, the jar says it needs to be cooked for 8 to 10 minutes. It has been cooking for 7.5. Therefore, I have to wait till at least 8 minutes. That is what I'm like cooking. Nobody wants to cook in the same room as me. If I'm cooking food for other people, everybody vacates the area. Because I am so meticulous with it. It's bad. And I'm the same with everything. You know, like when like if you've got like a headache and you've taken like paracetamol for it, and I'll be like, oh, I still have a headache, and my mum will be like, just take some paracetamol, just take some more paracetamol. And I pull up my stop clock and I'm like, no, the packet says you can only take it every 4 hours, and it has been 3 hours and 57 minutes. I have to wait till exactly 4 hours. And people are just like, why? Are you okay? What is going on? Yeah, I am that bad with stuff. I am. But like, there's so many things I want to do. So one of the first recipes that I found that I really wanted to try was lavender lemonade, right? I love the taste of lavender. I'm weird, okay? When I go to ice cream places, I buy lavender and honey ice cream. If you have never had lavender and honey ice cream, it is absolutely incredible. And then earlier in the year, some places were doing like lavender syrup, and to put like in like coffee and stuff. It's so good. It's so good. And then I found the recipe for lavender lemonade like 10 years ago, and I've wanted to try it ever since, and I never have. So now that we're in the middle of like a heat wave, maybe this could be the first thing that I do. Like, let's start with some witchy recipes. And I'll start with lavender lemonade, because I hate fizz. I hate fizzy things. And I want to make proper lemonade, not fizzy lemonade. Why is everyone in England obsessed with fizzy lemonade? It's wrong. I went off on a full tangent there. It's getting to that point in the night. It is getting to that point. Right, we are getting through them though now, so we're nearly there. Before you went into witchcraft, are you already a psychic or have heightened senses? So I would already be able to sense spirits, and I've always been able to do that. So when I went into witchcraft formally, like when I started studying properly, I had already been practicing beforehand. So that helped lead me into more formal traditions, because I'd already been doing things first. But yeah, the psychic stuff was always there. The seeing the spirits in mirrors and stuff, that's always been present, which probably helped. No, that's so wrong. I love angry water. I will drink all the fizzy water. It's like drinking TV static. Why? I personally am in the camp of, I want every kind of pop fizzy drink. We call them fizzy drinks here. Coke, Pepsi, lemonade, Dr. Pepper. The best drink ever made is Dr. Pepper. I want a version that isn't fizzy. Is that an option? I am a nightmare in a restaurant. I stir all of my fizzy drinks with a knife or a fork or a spoon or something. Fizz is awful. Why? Why? I want flat Dr. Pepper. The dream right? I literally will shake it and open it, shake it and open it, shake it and open it until it is flat so that I can enjoy without TV static. And I know people who chug fizzy drinks. How? It hurts. It hurts to even drink fizzy drinks. It's painful. No. Even after 13 years, you somehow still baffle me. You've never noticed that for any time we go to a restaurant or something and there's a fizzy thing, I stir the crap out of it. Every time. I don't get it. I react like those dogs that get given fizzy drinks, fizzy water. Right? I can't do it. It's like eating pineapple. It just hurts. It just hurts. And it's a love-hate relationship that we have, me and fizzy drinks. It's like, oh, you taste really nice, but you hurt really bad. And then my teeth hurt the next day, and that's probably not a good sign. So I like the spiciness of a drink. I don't know, I feel like, honestly, I probably am, to be fair, using my drink as a cleaning agent. Here's the thing, right? This is what's always got me. The fizz in Coke is enough to clean toilets with. You can clean a drain with Coke. That just doesn't seem good for you. It just doesn't seem good for you. I will have to, sorry, that was dead loud. I think I just found the resonant frequency in the room real quick. I will happily take an iced tea over a fizzy drink any day. Any day. Except there are some places that do peach iced tea, but they make it with lemonade, and it's fizzy. There's one chain in the UK that makes their peach iced tea with lemonade, and I will never forgive them for it. I got a jump scare off it, and I didn't like it. Okay, let's have a look-see where I am. I've already done that one. What are your thoughts on spirit surgery? I have never heard of that. So I would love to try it. Not try it, I'd love to learn about it. I said try it because somebody said lavender flavoured sausage, and and I was like, I want to try that. I would like to learn more about what spirit surgery even is, because I don't know. The Bible can be contradictory. It speaks against divination and astrology, but weren't the Magi astrologers? Okay, so this is ultimately the problem with the Bible. This is not going to be me hating on Christians, though. I just want to emphasize that. Christian witches are perfectly welcome here. Christians are perfectly welcome here. I'm just going to say that the Bible is very contradictory because it has been written by many different authors, in some cases hundreds of years after the events were meant to have taken place, and then it has been translated and retranslated and mistranslated and then translated again, but somebody changed a few things to fit their own agenda and then translated again, and it makes it really confusing. It's equivalent to an event in history occurring and 15 different people writing their own account of what happened 20 years after it took place. It's not going to match up. People's memory is going to be fallible. They might have told somebody else who is then writing the account down, and it's never going to be an accurate account. Now, that's not, I want to really push here, that's not me saying that people shouldn't be reading it or people shouldn't be using it or whatever. It's more just some individuals treat the Bible like fact, like indisputable fact, when even the people within the Bible disagree about what happened. Like there's kind of contradicting information even within the pages of the book itself. So I think it's just important to bear in mind that often the translations would be based off the opinions of the people during the time. there might be mistranslations, and in the majority of cases it was written up to 500, 600 years in some cases after the events were meant to have taken place, which means that if you think about it, how likely is it that a story has gone through 7, 8, maybe 9 generations of people unchanged? That's really, really hard to achieve. So I think it's very much about taking the essence of the message and applying it in ways that are beneficial to your life and the lives of others. I find people have a tendency to cherry pick, especially when they're opposing specific groups of people, whether they are witches, whether they are members of the LGBTQ plus community, whether they are aiming it at women. They tend to cherry pick what they take and what they don't, and they miss the bigger picture of the whole thing. Right, let's have a look-see. Do you have any suggestions on how to connect with spirits of the home when you don't know anything about them yet? Any idea on spells I could do for a happy home for my partner, my kids, and I? So general cleansing and protection is probably the easiest thing for the happy home, because it's quite likely that the joy in that environment is going to magnify over time anyway. So you can have workings to attract positive energy in, but mostly I'd say it's about keeping the negative things out. When it comes to connecting with house spirits, it's about interacting with them. Say hi, say hello, say good morning. Let them know when you're about to leave. Let them know when you've come home again. Talk to them. Leave little offerings, little trinkets, things that they might appreciate. But mostly it's about engagement. It is, you are dealing with spirits that very often may not have had any interaction for a long time. And so it's about being consistent with it. In your opinion, what sort of spirits growl? I've heard a few growls behind my ear, behind me while walking in the dark. I could sense their presence as well, but I've never turned around. So for me, growling is most commonly associated with spirits that are earthbound and also demons. And the thing with this is people will often hear demons and be like, oh my God, but it doesn't have to just be demons. So I've had it with demons before because it has a very strong physical reaction for people. It's something that often gets the point across effectively. And they really, it is a form of communication that is very effective. And that's why it's used a lot. But not all demons will. I think that's the thing. A lot of people see demons as being this one thing, when actually it is like the fae, or like fish, or like mammals. They have enough in common for them to be classified together, but they aren't all the same thing. So you're more likely to hear growls in lower demons than you are the higher demons, the princes and the like. So you're more likely to find it be territorial markings. It could well be things that are attempting to gain energy out of you through fear and the like. You are also likely to find animal spirits growling. You can find poltergeists growling. And that's usually because it gets a very strong response off people. It's a very visceral, horrible feeling, and so they will use it as a weapon. But also earthbound spirits. So by earthbound spirits, I mean spirits that are trapped in the physical plane. That could be human spirits that are attached to a location. That could be human spirits that are attached to an object. That could be human spirits who have refused to leave, or spirits that have essentially gotten stuck between places. And especially spirits that are attached to buildings. If you damage the building, they often respond really aggressively, which is why I had the growls here, because of the damage to the building. So there's quite a range. People often hear demon and immediately jump on that as the one explanation. There are other explanations, but that is fairly commonplace. Can an animal be a deity? No, not in my experience, but animals can be used as archetypal representations and messengers for deities, which could be useful. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Thank you so much. I see so many of your comments and I always really appreciate it. So thank you so much. Yeah, if there's no sulfur smell and no like smell of rot, then you're looking at I mean, it could be a marking of territory. So if it's happening at the same place every time, you could be looking at a territory boundary. It could be I'm trying to think of what's most likely in this situation. It's fairly commonplace. So it could be something that's attached to you, but I'd expect that you would probably notice that by now. Unless the alternative to this, if we spin it on its head entirely, is that if it's happening regularly, is it a spirit that's attached to you that's telling you to keep moving? You know, almost like oh, do not stop here. There are other things here that we do not want to be dealing with right now. So you are going to have to keep moving. And this is a way that we know you will keep moving. You know what I mean? Like almost like a reverse psychology kind of a situation. But it could very well just be an earthbound spirit, because if it's a spirit that wants energy off you, the fastest way to get energy off you is to scare you. The fastest way to scare people is usually to act like the thing they're most scared of. And so you'll find that poltergeists and spirits that are wanting energy will react in a way that is most likely to freak people out. It's weird how they do it. What god or goddess have you always wanted to work with, but they're incompatible with how you do your work? I don't really have any, to be honest. All of the deities that I've wanted to work with are ones that I do work with. It just happens that that's the way it ended up being. But in the future, that may well change. Have you ever visited Burley? No, but it is on my list. I really want to go and check it out. So one day, I'll probably make a vlog while I'm there, because obviously it's me. Moving home fairly soon into a fairly new build, can fae and spirits still appear? Yeah, definitely. It might just take a little bit of time to build them back up again. Will my love and respect for all animals draw the fae into my life? Do they honour and appreciate a vegetarian and vegan way of living? This is a really interesting one, I suppose, because I don't think that there's necessarily a diet that is preferred by the fae, because people, especially during like the fairy faith time period, would not have had the ability to be picky about what they ate. Now, that's not me saying that people are picky if they choose to be vegetarian or vegan, but what I'm saying is when you are literally living hand to mouth, struggling to put food on the table for your family, people were going to eat whatever they had access to at the time. And so more important, I suspect, than what you eat is about how you live your life and how you treat the natural world. And not all fae are going to be bothered by that. But some fae will be bothered about the decisions that you make. Are you littering everywhere? You know, are you actively damaging woodlands? Are you chopping down trees without permission? You know, I think these things are going to be much more significant than a diet could ever be. Especially because there's pros and cons with everything in our modern society. You know, you might substitute meat from a butcher with something that's heavily packaged in plastic that's vegan. And that's not me saying that one is better than the other. That's me saying that I think the majority of our choices always come with some kind of negative, whether that negative is for the natural world, whether that negative is for other people, whether that negative is for ourselves. I think it's about making the choices that are the best that we are able to make in the circumstances that we have. A while ago at a market, my mum picked up a pretty big Labradorite and her hand started shaking really badly while holding it. She seemed a bit spooked by that. Could it mean something? It could be just really strong energy. I've seen people shake when they hold Moldavite and Fulgurite. That's another one that people tend to shake with. Depends on what they feel energetically in alignment with. Tends to have quite strong reactions. Have you ever summoned spirits outside of deities or spirits of place? So I've done elementals. I have done obviously deities, ancestors. We've contained spirits before, so less of a not a summoning from an external place, but more a relocation from their present location, if that makes sense. So if they are in the house somewhere, you would summon them into a circle that is in a set location. Done that before. Not super often. That's only really done when you're in a house where you don't have much other choice. You know, like you're trying to get a spirit out of the house and every other option, it hasn't worked, so you have to do the by force method. But never anything much more than that, personally. Mostly I tend to connect with nature spirits and the like. Let's have a look-see. Have you ever worked with or interacted with demons like those of the I can never say this right. Goetia? It's one of those words where I see it written and I read it all the time, but I never pronounce it. Never with the Goetia, always with lower demons has been my experience. That's just how it's always worked. I have friends who work with the princes and the like the named demons, but it's never really been something that I've been drawn to myself. Mostly if I've ever had any interaction with them, they would be the lower demons, and that's usually not of my own choice. That's not to say that they're all bad, because they're definitely not, but the most memorable ones have been less than pleasant. What are your thoughts on using magic to help a loved one with a chronic, rare, practically untreatable disease pass away, like a death spell for mercy, not hate? Unfortunately, that's not something that I can really speak on, because there are so many factors at play here. The legal implications, the ethical and moral implications, the strings that would have to be pulled, the requirements that would need to be met. It is just far too complicated a topic for anybody to really have a deciding voice on this, other than the person that is involved in this situation. And even then, depending on where you are, it isn't something that I would ever recommend or advise because of that. Instead, I'd say it's better, it would maybe be easier ethically to help them temper the problems with their condition as much as possible. I'm hoping that comes across right. And also, I don't want to be deplatformed by YouTube for talking about it. Because they can do that, and it's really scary. Okay, let's have a look-see. What are your thoughts on working with the elements that are dominant in your birth chart? I am water and fire dominant. What spells are best for these elements? I will counter this and say that you're actually better off working with the opposite, because you're probably going to have a way easier time working with fire and water than you are with earth and air. So in which case, to balance out your elemental practice, it's probably better to work overtime in air and earth, goodness, because your water and fire are going to be a lot easier to deal with. So water and fire, you're looking at like candle magic, bonfires, working with solar energy. Water magic, you're looking at lunar energy, you're looking at cleansings, and you could do freezer-based spells, bath spells, shower spells, sea witchcraft and the like. Earth magic is going to be more about connecting with nature spirits, trees, tree spirits, plant magic, the natural world, rocks, crystals. Air magic is going to be more about petitions and projection and dreams in a way, as well as incense magic and the like. Generally, I would try to balance your chart a little bit, because most people are going to have an easier time working with their astrological placements than their non-astrological placements. My deck said that I'm ready to start spirit work, and I really want to start, but I'm also kind of lost on how I'm supposed to communicate or work with them. Any advice? So it depends on what you feel comfortable with. You can just start reaching out to guides if that's something that you want to, or maybe even ancestors. Ancestors are a good place to start because you are connected to them. And in which case it's about maybe before dreams or before divination in this case, if this is what you're already using, reach out to your ancestors verbally. Ask them if they're willing to assist you with this reading and see how your reading pans out from there. Does it feel different? Does it change slightly? Like how does it become different when you ask for something like that? And then go about it onwards from there. So then you might want to set up an altar space for them. You might want to try it through divination. You might want to try it through dreams and the like, and progress. You can do it with spirits of nature. Same principle, really. You spend time with them, you engage with them, you talk with them. Same with plants. Spend time, talk, and over time you're going to start building up that energetic connection. But ancestors are probably going to be the easiest one to work with to start with, because it is like that starting process. They are already linked to you. That connection is going to be a lot easier. Let's have a look-see. Would you ever consider doing a future video on time splits? Oh, I mean, I would definitely consider it. It's one of those really interesting topics. Where am I? Did the tarot ever give you advice you wish you'd taken? If I don't take it, it will happen anyway. Tends to be what happens with my tarot. It isn't, hey, maybe you should do this. It's, hey, this is going to happen. You might want to buckle up and deal with it. That is unfortunately how my readings tend to go. Right. The law of assumption consists of what you believe is true. And so you'd affirm things in your mind to change the external without tools. You think that's connected to chaos magic. I think it's definitely connected to manifestation, which is then drawn off aspects of chaos magic. So potentially, I'll be honest, I have massive problems with these kind of topics, between this and what you give is what you get. I find really, really difficult. I'll be honest. It tends to have a little bit of a victim blamey kind of vibe to it. It doesn't have to, obviously. It's how people implement it. But unfortunately, I've seen people implement these things as weapons against practitioners. And I always think it's so difficult, like, oh, well, this only happened because you thought it was going to happen anyway, and therefore you deserve it to happen. That's a weird take, that kind of oh, well, that bad thing wouldn't have happened to you if you were just a better person. What? I'm sorry, excuse me? I see that happening a lot, and it's so difficult, I find, to deal with that kind of, it's a balancing act, right, constantly. And these kind of topics very much fall in line with manifestation, and potentially anything can be applied in chaos magic, really. So yeah, definitely. Right, let's have a look-see. If you feel deeply drawn to a certain era, such as a music or overall vibe, could that mean that you might have lived in that time before? Definitely. For me, 1920s. When I was about 8, we went to a 1920s house in Devon, I think. And it was the weirdest thing. I've always had this obsession with the 1920s. And even when I was like really, really little, and my nan bought a CD of the 1920s music that they were playing throughout the house, and I ended up having it because I was so obsessed with it. I would listen to it all day, every day. I was like 8. 8 or 9. I would listen to it all day, every day. I just loved it so much. And I think that definitely applies. Like, I think there's people out there who are so innately drawn to a time period for that reason. Where am I? Regarding people putting their own correspondences onto herbs and crystals, if we're talking something that comes from nature, it has its own energy and it's not up to you to give it energy. Our personal experience with herbs matters, but I feel like that's something we can add on, not fully replace the herb's energy. To override their energy seems very human-centric. Thoughts? Yeah, so usually when people say that you can use it for whatever you feel you should use it for, okay, this is the problem with social media. I know, I'm on social media, like, I'm part of it, but context is missing, right? So what people typically mean by this is, if you are actively working with a plant and have formed a connection to that plant and are communing with that plant, and the plant has told you that they are wanting to be used for this purpose within your magical practice, then that overrides the 50 different associations that might be associated with the plant. This association, which might be one of the 50, is the one that it wants to work with for you, right? That's basically been reduced down into being, you can just do whatever you want all of the time. And it's a social media thing, I think, because it's like a game of telephone where people like make the information more concise and more concise and more concise and more concise, but it gets to the point where the information no longer has any value because it's missing all of the context that came before. So to me, anyway, when somebody says like, oh, you know, you just go with whatever feels, you know, whatever you feel drawn to do, it's about having that connection with the plant, communing with them, and asking what they would like to work with. This could come through in dreams, in trance, and all this stuff, but it's about what they would like to do. And that is something that's kind of been lost, and now people do have a tendency to be like, oh, jasmine, I'll use it for this. And it's like, why that? Like, I understand that, like, there's so many different correspondences, but sometimes people will grab like the randomest plant to use in a working, and I'm never really sure why. And I think a lot of it is just things just getting lost over time. Did the tarot ever get... Oh, wait, I already did that one. I already did that one. Have you ever heard of Hildegard de Bingen? She used crystals and minerals. She was a German nun who was a mystic long ago. I read a book about her. I've never heard about them at all, but that's really interesting. I'm gonna have to look that up. Right, let's have a look, see, where am I? Oh, this is definitely a spirit guide, definitely. I had an experience recently. I was trying to identify a plant, so I went to get out my identification app. I then heard a male voice in my head naming it, checked, and no one was behind me. A spirit? A guide? Possibly a guide, especially if it comes through again. It could have been the plant itself, but I'm inclined to think it's probably a guide. Do you think that some forms of witchcraft or magic are more effective than others, or is it about what each person resonates with? I think it's probably that, yeah. Some people will try ceremonial magic, have so much benefit from it, and some people will try ceremonial magic and hate it. And I think it very much depends on what you resonate with the most. Have you ever noticed that Bridget has a sense of humour? Little things like turning off the light in a room before you get to the switch, rain falling when you have no umbrella, showing her sense of humour. I've not experienced this personally. She's very much a nurturing, healing figure for me. And this is just shows how interesting it is that different deities will come through to different people in completely different ways. Right. I'm having trouble with writing and journaling about my practice. As an intermediate practitioner, my experience feels like it doesn't fit in a book of shadows. Yeah, I mean, I rarely write in my book of shadows, to be honest. I will sometimes, but I just don't that often. I wouldn't really put too much pressure on yourself to do it. If you don't feel like it fits, then it doesn't fit, and that's totally fine. I would just say note down the important things as much as you can. I don't know where I am. Can a Christian or Catholic practice magic? Yeah, there are many forms of folk magic that are based on Catholic tradition. And when we look back at the early modern period, which is really where a lot of kind of our adapted practice comes from, people weren't practicing Wicca. Wicca didn't exist. People were practicing the religion of the time, which was Christianity in one form or another, whether it was swinging wildly from one or the other, during the Tudor period. People were practicing the religion of the time. And that, for a lot of the time, was Christianity. And so most of the leftover spell remains that we have are about Christianity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost and the like. Right, let's have a look at where I am. How do you do shadow work? Okay. Sorry, I'm just taking a moment to process this for a minute. Okay, so shadow work is being massively pushed at the minute. Massively. And I have strong opinions on it that I'm going to try and limit as much as I can to be concise. A lot of people are claiming that shadow work is an essential thing that has to be done before you practice witchcraft and for the success of magical practice. But shadow work is a very modern concept in the grand scheme of witchcraft and magical arts. And it is essentially a form of therapy without having a therapist. And that can be a really bad thing, especially for people with a lot of trauma and a lot of things that are being suppressed. Bringing it up alone in many cases, unaided, is it can be very, very risky. It is not something that you need to be practicing in order to be a successful witch. It is not something anybody has to be doing. And I would always recommend, if you're going to do shadow work, ideally to do it alongside a therapist, but I know that that's not accessible to everybody. So in which case it is to do it alongside people that you can trust. Have people around you that you can lean on for support, because shadow work is looking at the darkest, most hidden aspects of ourselves. And for some people that might be a little bit of shadow, but for other people it's a lot of shadow, and that can be really difficult mentally, physically, psychologically to process that alone. And so I always give that caveat before I talk about shadow work, because I've seen so many people push it as a requirement for witchcraft. Nobody in the 13th century was doing shadow work before they practiced witchcraft. It was not a thing. Now, shadow work is obviously, it's a complex topic that's going to be very different for everybody. So I would recommend finding a practitioner. Maybe they talk about it online, maybe they have a book on the topic, where they cover ways of going about shadow work that is very gentle, and it's an easy kind of, it's an easy slope into it. I mean, there's a small section in Psychic Witch by Matt Oren at the very back of the book. There's a small section there, but it's one of those topics where I would say approach with care and find somebody that's really, really well versed in the topic to guide you through it, whether that is a YouTuber, whether that is a blogger who's had a phenomenal experience with it and is very aware of the dangers of it. Just be careful is all I can say on that, because it's, as somebody who has spent 20 plus years in therapy, it's really important to do things right, because what you don't want is to re-trigger something, potentially make it even worse because of shadow work. What are your thoughts about physical manifestations of echoes from the future? Oh, that's a really interesting topic. The most that I have heard of personally are kind of not premeditative, that's the wrong one. Premonitions, like premonition dreams. I've not heard of physical manifestations, but that sounds like it could be really interesting. Any ideas for dream magic and recall when you never have good dreams, always dark, sleep paralysis often? I'd love to understand. So, a few things that I will recommend for this. Okay. I am not a doctor. I am not a medical professional. Take this with a pinch of salt, okay? Keep a food diary. Not to become obsessive, not to count calories or anything like that, just to see if there's triggers, because some people do have really strong triggers. If they eat late, they have nightmares. If they eat certain foods, they have nightmares. Sleep paralysis most commonly occurs in people who lie flat on their back. I have had it most commonly when I'm flat on my back. Most people that I've spoken to have said that it is when they are flat on their back. So if you know that it is something that happens to you regularly and you also sleep on your back, you might want to be investing in like a pillow or something. I know that some people put, you can't see what I'm doing, they put a rolled up sock in the back of their like pajama trousers that stops them from rolling onto their back because it's uncomfortable. It keeps them on their side to stop them from going onto their back where they have a greater risk of sleep paralysis. I would also maybe consider looking into whether you have disturbed sleep patterns. So whether this is like a watch that you have, if you have like a Fitbit or something for exercise, or you have a smartwatch, see if it will have settings that allows you to monitor your sleep. Because if you are not entering into sleep in the right cycles, like at the right time, it can lead to nightmares. So just things to consider. Sleep apnea can lead to nightmares, things like that. Just make sure that you're covering your grounds to try to limit it as much as possible. And then it's about keeping a dream journal. Repetition, recall again and again and again. So that's basically the way that I have kind of learned to do it over time. And it does take time. Don't expect it to be like an instantaneous thing. It's going to be a very, very slow progress. Now I'm just going to check if there's any others that I can see very often. See that I haven't responded to yet. I think I just read I read somebody's message that said very often and just said it. That's just so annoying. But if you have any more questions, feel free to let me know real quick. Because it's nearly midnight, I am going to not be blinded by this light anymore. It's very bright. It's very, very bright. But yeah, it has been a lovely stream. Thank you so much, everybody who has come into the stream and who has just come in just to be there, just to lurk. I love lurking on streams myself, so I do not blame anybody for doing this, and I appreciate you being here just to listen. If you do enjoy the streams, feel free to give them a like. It means a lot, and it allows YouTube to know that the streams are really liked by people. If you would love to do a little bit more for the channel, it's free, I promise. Once the live stream has been posted afterwards, because you can watch them afterwards, if if you could just type in the comment section algorithm or some emojis or something, that would be really lovely, because I'm going to try and heart as many of them as I can, and it just lets YouTube know that you like engaging with the content, and that's just really lovely. All of the streams are available afterwards. A lot of people listen to them as podcasts in chunks because I know that they are quite long. So you now have 4 hours of a podcast to listen to if you've missed some of it. And the next live stream will be, let me get the date, probably Wednesday the 20th of August. I suspect that's going to be when it is. If you ever want to know when a stream is going to be, they are usually the third Wednesday of the month. So that would be, let me just double check. Yeah, the 20th of August is when the next stream will be. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming on. I really, really appreciate it. And I have a couple of interesting videos. I'm not sure how well they're going to do, so bear with me while I figure out the algorithm a little bit, because YouTube isn't really showing it's messing with a lot of people right now. So if you see one of my videos pop up in your feed, if you just want to go in and put a few emojis in the comment section, I'd really appreciate it, because so many people are telling me that they're not being shown the content. It would just help to let me know how many people are able to see it. So yeah, a lot of the content coming out is a bit of trial and error. I'm trying a few different things, and we'll see what works. Let me know what you like and what you don't like. I'd love to know. Anyway, I'm going to go now. Thank you so much to all of the mods. You've been incredible as always. I know that this stream was really last minute. I'll be honest, I forgot that it was Wednesday today until 4 a.m. this morning. And then I went, oh, I really need to post the live stream. So thank you so much to all of the mods, and thank you everyone who has liked and commented and asked questions and donated. And I'm sorry if I've missed anyone's questions. It jumped around a little bit in the middle, and I think some of them might have gotten lost, so I'm sorry if I missed any. But I'll be back next month and next week. So I will see you then. So I hope you stay safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day, and I will see you in the next video. Okay. Bye. Okay. And outro.